Stop it. Command it. You see it? You see it? Love hoodies. I love hoodies. Yeah, sure, sure. DM me away. How are you doing, though? Ichiopai Fushigi? Oh, fuck, I did it again. Today I was trying new things a little bit. There's a couple of muscles that definitely felt it more than they normally do. So whew. Oh, tiring. Doing alright. I've been pretty good. Today so far, I was watching this K drama recently that I really fucking enjoy. Um, it's called Tomorrow on Netflix, and fuck, I'm just DMCA me. If I get DMCA'd, sorry guys. But it's called Tomorrow, and the premise of it is this is Grim Reapers. Korea loves their Grim Reapers for some reason. They love these Grim Reapers, but instead of taking people's souls and like escorting them to like hell or heaven, it focuses on a small team that will go out there to people who are about to commit suicide, and basically it's a show that kind of like focuses on bringing those folks back into like they try to save them basically. And it's such a precious and well thought out show, I feel like, because it tackles so many different ideologies that are really interesting, I guess, for me as someone who got a psych degree. There's also like the humanity behind each episode, like the lesson behind each episode. I'm only 5 episodes in, and already I feel like every single episode is a standout hit, in my opinion. And it's weird to me. They even do things I don't expect them to do or say. I'm like, you shouldn't do it like that. You should do it like this in my head. And then they go ahead and they actually do that anyways. And I'm like, this show knows what I want. It's a solid fucking 9 out of 10 at least. Maybe even a 10 out of 10. But I can't say anything yet because I'm only 5 episodes in. I don't know how it's going to end up. You know what I mean? So, we'll see how that plays out. Anywho, today we're playing Elden Ring. And hopefully I finally make some progress in that fucking game. Because who knows? God knows where I was last time I was playing. I tear up. I get it. I'm an emotional little baby sometimes, you know? But so positive and overwhelmingly good that I teared up. And that's a different type of tearing up, you know? Like it brings back my faith in humanity. It's kind of the gist of it. And I love the show so far. Yeah, I hope they don't fumble it. But I mean, it's a K-drama. They have really good writing a lot of the times, unless it's like some dorky shit. Oh, right. That's the horror section. Everyone point and laugh. This guy feels fucking cringe. Is my controller even plugged in? really didn't affect anything when I launched the game. Did you guys see the TikTok I posted in the ping me? If not, I'm about to play it again. Check this out. I have to enter first. Like the fucking animation. This is how I imagine Sophia Spencer time. Because she basically does this. Every guy that truly loves their girlfriend knows these vibes heavily. Oh, this is so sweet. Yeah. Fair enough. Oh, let me hold up. I was gonna do this. Complete absolution. First, copy your name. I'm just gonna make that bigger and bigger. Elden Ring. I don't remember where they had like 1,600 plus deaths.
Elden Dorksanada for Pog.
And a tab. And a da. Is that our emote? It's like the precursor. And a da 4. It's kind of funny. Thank you so much for the sub, Tally. I actually really appreciate that. Because I'm not working right now. And that actually helps out a lot. I'm now the proud owner of a Steam Deck. Ooh. Ooh, nicely done, second. Is this the death counter? 1,631 deaths so far in this fucking game. That's crazy. I mean, if I leveled up HP, it'd probably make my life a lot more manageable. I'd probably enjoy getting my ass handed to me. But I have not done that. And that is a me problem. First playthrough. Okay. I updated the title. Where the fuck did I leave off? Hey yo, why does this place look so damn cool? How's that? Is my mic any better now that it's actually next to my face and not 10 feet away from my face? Did that work out? That's crazy. That's crazy. How silly of me. Classic whoopsies. Good? Okay. Yeah, so silly of me to forget the most basic of physics. Bum bum dun 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 dun. 20,000 souls. I was built like that. I was built to just have 20,000 souls. Or not souls. What are they called? They're not called souls. They're called something else. What they're called. What the hell are they called? I'm not like, I can't figure out how centered I am or not. Runes. Oh god. Ichiopai Fushigi. You are a Fushigi indeed. Thank you so much. I forgot runes. So, I don't know if you ever seen me play Elden Ring. But I feel the need to express that when I play any Soulsborne games, I have this unnatural desire to make it even more difficult on myself for some odd, profound reason. And I don't level up HP during my blind runs. So everything absolutely fucking melts my stupid ass. Of course, my liege. Not you too. No. No. I have not. So yeah, I'm just a very big poo-poo head, and I die a lot.
Your fingers.
Read my fingers, guys. Read my fingers.
Turn back.
Hey, Sonny. How are you?
Lies the land of the giant's flame.
Giant flames.
And the way forth is forbidden.
No.
Hear me. The burning of the Erd tree is the first cardinal sin.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Destined death and slay the world itself.
Be a chump.
Who would dare put you up to such a
What
task?
is it, dip? Oh wait, the fuck is my outfit?
Most certainly not the fingers.
It's kind of emotional. I'm not sure if you can hear me, Sonny, but enjoy your lurk. I appreciate you. Oh no, it's not working. That's not acceptable. Why? Why? Hold on, maybe I have to restart it. I refuse to believe that it won't work. Oi. 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 Okay, can I run as admin? There we go. I need to hear that. I need to see a chump. That is golden. That must never go away. Okay. We have sound alerts though, I think, right? Do we have this now?
See you, chump.
Fucking love to see it. All right, I fixed it, Sonny. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lurk, you dork. See you, chump. It's so stupid, but god damn it, it brings me pleasure. I need to actually figure out how to do it for I wanna add a prequel meme in there. I want to add a prequel meme. Not like a hello there. Hello there. Not one of those, but like a proper prequel meme, I think. Something about younglings, maybe. That'd be kind of funny. It's the Skywalker. What are we going to do? Am I supposed to go straight? I really don't know where I'm supposed to go, to be honest with you. I have like 50 bajillion pings in this direction though. I'm gonna head out this way real quick. I don't remember where I was exactly, but I'm supposed to do something. That much is for sure. Alright, we did beat a boss here, didn't we? I remember that now. Hat Kid, Hat in Time. Such a good fucking game. It's such a dorky game. It had a soundtrack actually that I quite enjoy. I just remembered it just now. I want to find out what it was again. It's a good sleepy time soundtrack. Yeah, Hat Kid is absolutely fucking goated in my opinion. Peace and Tranquility is fucking awesome. Oh god. I forgot how low my HP actually is. You're all dorks. I know no one can actually read the speed at which the text comes, but I love that it is like that. But it says big dorks for anyone who doesn't know. This is kind of new to me. I don't remember hopping around like this. Right? Oi. 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 No fucking me up. Peace and Tranquility is also really fucking great. I love that one. It wasn't the one I was thinking of though. It's like when you finally beat the game, there's like that little cutscene of her like sleeping or whatever. That's the one I really liked. No, I'm actually supposed to be here. Who am I supposed to meet? I don't know. No. Big connect guy, I'm thinking of. Bitcoin.
You're
okay.
and the way
Let me speak to you.
hear me doing so. Who most certainly.
I mean, I don't know where I'm supposed to go exactly right now. I'm kind of trolling, I guess. Oh, I just have to hoist the medallion. Silly me. Just gotta hoist the medallions. What is the actual definition of hoist? I know it's like you hoist your flags or hoist your colors. I get that. But I don't know what it actually means. Raise? Is that a alternative for raise? Be. This is a very cinematic angle right now. Erect? Oh, nice. I'm quite hoist. I mean, that makes sense. Erect. Hoist. You're looking mighty hoist right now. My flag's been hoisted, baby. That's so stupid. Give me your dang fire blossoms. I mean, like, literally trying to look down the damn cliff like I'm in the game. Jump? Do it. Do it, pussy. Jump. Could I, though? Could I actually, though? A lot of space there. I don't remember how much I can get away with fall damage and stuff. You won't. I don't think I will. Hold up. No balls. Am I being peer pressured to commit Sudoku? Boo. No! I tried to jump back. Fuck you guys. Wait, it's a good chance to test the death counter, I guess. Let's go. He died. He died. That's for being a smartass. Listen, it was an accident. Oh my god. How are you doing, Bunny Plays? Long time no chat. Hope life is treating you well. Oh, upper body. Today was a push day. I started changing my workout plan. I'm gonna start doing push, pull, legs. Today was push. Kick my ass. I've been good. I mean, I just died in the game, but I've been good. Nice. Fantastic. Where the fuck are my damn souls? Can I pick up my dang room? What the fuck? It was like bugged. I couldn't pick it up. Those emotes are so fucking troll. What the heck was it? You had the Goku one earlier too. Oh, Tally. That's nothing to do with Goku. But speaking of Goku, made me remember. I saw you. I saw the box. I'm excited for you. Good luck on the Gundam build. I mean, like, you know, it's kind of fitting actually that this place is snowing. I don't know if it's actually snow or not. It might just be human ashes, Doctor Who vibes, you know. But today was the first time I saw snow fall, but I don't think it's gonna stick at all. It definitely doesn't look like it's gonna stick. But it's today's the first time I saw snow in this whole entire year. So.
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, who would be Lord.
Some friends have been requesting that I stream it. If I can make the stream window small, it can be seen clearly at 160p. Do it. Do it.
Well, that is most unfortunate. For he is dead.
I have no idea who he's talking about.
Flesh. He gave it to me. Shabriri.
Shabriri.
Make your peace with that.
Who? Snow? Actually, here, I have a mixed relationship with winter. The first snow, to me, beautiful. I love seeing snow fall from the sky. Unfortunately, I also associate snow with a lot of loss in my life. So it's a very mixed feeling for me.
You were about to sacrifice something precious. The life of a fair maiden.
I'm about to throw a maiden into a fiery... What?
What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy required. How would the Lord crown so?
I have to throw a maiden?
And would be Lord, spare the poor girl. And Singe, if you are prepared and attain lordship, then heed the words. Chosen time, descend into the Desic audience with the three
fingers into flames of frenzy.
If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and setting you on the righteous path, the path of burn and incinerate all that divides and may chaos.
What do you want, dude?
Descend into the Desic audience.
Oh god. Snow's pretty but too cold. I felt that. I love watching snowfall, not big on being in it. Hearing it crunch when stepped on is satisfying though. I felt that. Filled it with shenanigans. So basically I have to sacrifice some girl. Don't know who exactly. I don't remember. And if I sacrifice them, then I can become a lord. Or I don't sacrifice them and I become the sacrifice instead. But I don't know what that does. What happens if I become the sacrifice? How do I get to live my life then? Oh, the bird is back. You do damage? You attack. That is a predator. Oh yeah, you do damage. You do damage. It's me. You have to sacrifice you. What? No, we can't sacrifice Asian Empress. That's illegal. You don't sacrifice our homies. That's not my Nindo way. Oh no, I'm back to doing no damage. I'm back to doing no damage. I need more damage. Okay, so there's clearly cool stuff to do here. Oi. Oh my fuck. In mid-air, did this hawk just murk my ass? Mid-air, as I'm falling down. He said, "You are not touching this ground. You are dying." Kind of nutty, actually. Okay, I was just kind of running around exploring, but I do need my runes, please. Hup, 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 hup. Grab that. Rimmed Rowo, whatever that means. All right, let's get a little practice in. It's been a while. Clearly, it's been a while. My brain is not processing those movements. Beer beat, no worries, Asian Empress. Do what you gotta. Do what you gotta. We're big chillin' anyways. See ya, chump. I'm so fucking cringe. I'm so corny. Ugh. Take those. Okay. How much did that give? Let's see. So I do want to fight some folks just to kind of get back into the mentality of like dodging again. Proper enemies. Moldering butterfly. What is this? Liar head. You lied to me. I sneezed aggressively. Six, 7, 6. I'm getting a decent amount for killing. Oh my god, what is that path? That path looks so cool. Hey, Max. Holy fucking shit. That's a name I haven't seen in a while. How you been? Holy, 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 holy. Holy, holy. Hey yo, indeed. What have you been up to? How has life been treating you? I'm heading back. Gotta drop by the Eldong. I like that. Eldong Ring stream. Yeah, we are playing some Elden Ring. It's been forever since I last played. Because spooky season. There are still a couple of spooky games I do kind of want to play. But I've been playing a lot of spooky stuff. But it's nice to see you again. Also woke up pretty early so I can finally catch the stream. Damn. I'd love to hear it. What time is it for you? How early is pretty early? Alright, you fucking You fucking wizard, you. Show me the path. Take me back to my roots. Okay. I see you're pointing me in the direction I literally just came from. Where? Bitch, where? Where? The fuck are you pointing to? Up there, maybe. At 9 a.m. How are you doing, my guy? 9 a.m. Are you all the way over in like Australia? Is that where you're at? Where the fuck would this be? Ooh, a pathway. I'm in Malaysia. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it was figured that was on like the other side of the world, basically. Oh, hop it. I'm doing pretty good though. I'm slowly getting back into streaming. Giant mountain top catacombs. I'm slowly getting back into streaming, and it's both fun but also stressful because the beast eye quivers. Oh god. that's one way to say that. Because I've been feeling like myself again, and that's been pretty cool. But I also have to admit that I am not. It's not these creatures, is it? Fucking A. Does he look different? He looks different to me. I knew someone was gonna do some shady shit. What is my skill do? I don't know what my skills do. Oh! That's that does. Is this the Getsuga Tensho one? It is the Getsuga Tensho one. Yeah, I think you're the only one out of the OG game that's still streaming. Haven't seen Mochitsu, Corruption, or Kibble stream. I know. I actually was thinking about them recently, and I was hoping they're all doing well. It tears my heart up a little bit that they kind of stopped or they disappeared. I know they're busy with their lives, but I honestly miss them. I hope life's been treating them well. I only played Dead by Daylight ever because of Mochi back in the day. So, Hitsuga Tensho. Hey, we're on to something. What's up? Welcome back, Neo. I think you just sent me a DM. My phone vibrated. Is that the thing that you wanted me to check out? Do you want me to check it out right away, or should I do it later? Okay, that is the thing. All right, I'll check it out. Hold on. Can I show on stream whatever it is? Hopefully, no one fucking peeks out and murks my ass. Don't show it? Okay, I shan't show it. I shan't show it. Hey, I like that. I like that. Especially the front. That's a good simple. I like that. That's pretty fucking fire, actually. And the back is really dope as well. I had to zoom in real quick. There's some lighting effects there that I thought were something else. I like it though. I like it. That's pretty fucking cool. Man, just got feet pics. Ah, don't worry about feet pics. I already I received nut pics from Neo. So don't worry about the feet pics. Not too long ago, in fact. I think last week he sent me his nuts in DMs. Rather, some nuts. Already sent some nuts. Let's go. Haha! Flower! And then I I almost jumped off, but then I saw how deep this shit actually went. That would have been actually crazy if I did that. That would have been a dumb death. I was that close to just, oh, let me just hop back onto the platform. It shouldn't be that deep. Only to see that it's actually all the way down there. Holy fucking shit. Do a flip? Bet. You know what? I thought it was a lot closer than that. I thought it was a lot closer. I was like, oh, if I time it right, maybe I'll live it. If your friends tell you to do a flip, will you do it? If your friends jump off a bridge, are you gonna do it? Bet your ass I would. Because I am always there for my Nakamas. That is my Nindo way. Over here, I dare you. Yeah. Yeah. 11 out of 10. Oh, thank you. I've been working out. Going to the gym. Flipping. Can I backstab you guys? I don't know. If I lose these souls to some dumb shit trying to test things out right now, I would be mad. Come here. There we go. We're not dead yet. Oh, that reminds me. Okay, so I've been working out obviously, and sometimes workouts kick my ass, right? But whenever I finish my workouts, I think of Megalobox for some reason, and it's like, you're not dead yet. That's what I think of, which is such a interesting thought to have, I guess. What's this? Because you know, at the end of Megalobox, they always had like that little cutscene where it's like, congrats, you're still living though. After all that shit, here you are, still alive. Which is pretty cool thought, I feel like. It goes deeper. We go down further. Locked by some contraption. Flip, you fucking clipped it. Of course. Not today. Oh, could you actually post that in the Discord? I'm trying to do this thing where eventually I'll start posting, like, I'll make clips. I'll turn clips into YouTube shorts or something like that, just because that's the meta. And I am unemployed and broke as fuck, but I have plenty of time. So I might as well try. kind of mentality. Nothing in there. And if there's any like decent clips, make my life easier. Halt. Oh. Cool. I don't know if these guys do a lot of damage. Boy! He was doing something. I don't know what the fuck he was doing, but he was doing something. He was definitely doing something. I actually think, isn't M from Malaysia as well? We have a couple people who are from Malaysia. We have Cress. How is Malaysia right now, Max? I heard there's a lot of like hardcore restrictions not too long ago because of COVID, but I'm wondering if that's eased up. Oh my fuck, man. My fucking reaction time, my instincts are insane. Who is this guy? Range battle required ahead. In short, try fire. Range battle required. Oh, that's what they mean by ranged battle. I get it. I get it. Don't be a fucking idiot. I'm literally just running by it all. Not today, you shan't, you silly vermin. For I have once again escaped you foul creatures of the night, wandering the realms of the unknown, the sad, sad, pitiful catacombs. Oh my god, I want to play Ragnarok so fucking badly, but I want a PS5. Or I'm not sure if I need a PS5. You can technically play on the PS4, can't you? I thought it was gonna be PS5 exclusive. But I fucking love God of War. Like the last one I played, actually, like I felt. You nabbed one yourself yesterday? That's fucking phenomenal. I'm happy for you. I really want one. So I don't know if it's gonna be what I want to do here, but I also don't think it's what I don't want to do. I actually almost pre-ordered the collector's edition while I was in Norway, but I was like, I don't have a PS5. Let's not get out of hand, you know? My mentality is like, I don't have one. Let's not. But I saw someone post a picture of the Mjolnir, and it looks fucking amazing. Honestly. I don't know what that was, but yeah, it's actually like, it's been so fucking long since we've had a proper like collector's item like game that's not like some cringe fucking half-assed shit, you know? Like, it's been so fucking long. But with the recent game, with God of War at least, they actually fucking did it, which I think is awesome. Totally not me overcompensating. 16 inches is huge, just like 1.6 inches is. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Only don't. Oh, there's really no physical game? No, I'm gonna do that again. There's no physical game? I thought there would be. Considering. Bitch! You're fucking insane! They actually chase you down? I thought they would just blow up beneath you if I was on top. They chase you. They fucking chase you. I was like, oh, it's like, you know, they're on fire. They're running around. They got activated. They'll blow up eventually, like they do in every other single game. Even grunts in Halo do that. They're like, oh, I'm running, chasing after you. I'm about to blow up. Actually, they chase you until they blow up in this game. That's cringe. Wiggity swooty, coming for that booty. You better come down if you want to kill me. Or don't. Oh my god, he actually did. He landed on top of me and he did damage. He said, bet? Bet? You want to say that again to my face? How are you, Dorksy? I'm doing pretty good. How are your Overwatch matches going? I hope you're having a fun time. That was actually so fucking troll. I was looking at chat and that guy almost murked my ass. Ugh, shame, Neo. How could you not have Sunny added already? Probably because they've never played together. But shame. Shame on you. How dare. To be fair, I don't think I had Sunny added until like recently. Oh, that's his head thing. I just popped off. This is very late, Max. I'm not sure if you're still there, but how did the elections go in Malaysia? I remember talking to someone about that before, actually, and they were saying it's like kind of sus. Oh, I can do that. Not time yet. It's this Friday. Yeah, I remember someone explaining to me, and like, yeah, it's actually pretty fucking sus. I was like, oh, is it? But I don't know much about it personally, is the thing. Hoi! I have a getting attention. There we go. Sunny requested me a week ago. Wait, you guys have played before? Was it through me? Was it through me? Did I do that? That might have been me, actually. I might have done that. On guard! You're kidding me, right? It didn't blow up! My Gilgamesh swords just went right at him and he didn't blow up. Bruh. 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 Now, Overwatch 2 has been really fun. I think the only complaint I've had is how the games like all the monetization content, like bullshit. You live that? Well, now you die, fool.
See you, chump.
See you, chump. Enjoy your lurk, Tally. You guys are dorks. That's so, I fucking love that so much. It's so stupid, but I love it. See you, chump. He almost blocked me into that. While you're playing Project Zomboid? That sounds awfully familiar. How about you fall off the map before I do, punk? Yeah. Yeah, that's how we do it. Alright. Let's try not to die. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? It's kind of lit. Just a bit. I better check the request more often. To be fair, you have to be on Overwatch to like even check, I guess. I know I most definitely am up. Alright, honk. Yeah. Yes! That's so fucking terrifying! Take those. We take those. it was gonna make it all the way to me. I was so fucking afraid. Repeat this corner real quick. Kind of suspicious. Woo! Anything suspicious in this room? Neo is a zombie. Nani. See you soon, town. Nani. I love you guys. Oh, it's a booty hole. Stab it. Hold on. Next. Oi. Stop spreading that shit. Oh, it's a booty hole, stab it. I do not condone doing that act in that manner. That is probably not gonna fly. I want the Mercy Royal Night skin. I know. That's the thing. Oh, I didn't get to finish my thought. Overwatch 2 has been really, really fun, but I hate how they've made the game so monetized, which I get. It's free to play now. Definitely go ahead, monetize it, kings. But like, come on, man. Like, people need their skins, bro. There's nothing to earn in that game. Like, there's actually nothing to earn in that game. It's cringe. I'm not gonna step on the giant button. Because I value my life? I think. Get your attention! Motherfucker! I'm not dealing with that. Red meat dumpling. Ew. The way they did monetization in the original was so much better. Like, I get it. Like, I fucking hate loot boxes, right? I think loot boxes are actually one of the worst fucking things you can do from like a design wise, and which is popularized by like TF2 and like Counter-Strike. But I will say the way Overwatch did loot boxes was fucking goated. You could actually earn loot boxes, and you earned credits and stuff. Like, it wasn't actually, it was quite nice from a player consumer type of perspective. And then they did a complete 180, and now it's complete trash. Complete trash. Oh god! All right, let me just push it. Oh, it's not a button. Oh, it is a button. Okay. So, is this like progress, or am I just lost? Am I being a silly poo-poo head? So, like, that's the thing I really want to see, is them like kind of look out for people who actually want to play and earn something. Like, you're not gonna, if you lock everything behind a paywall, it's just gonna bore people out. Where the fuck? There's a button not here. There's that. You guys see that? See to the world. It's somewhere else. Probably like the other elevator, the other path of the elevator. I did recently unlock This is actually a different room! Motherfuckers! Be gone! Oh. Hold on. Do you see what I see? Fuck, man. Fuck. It's because I didn't take care of the little small squirt. I should have taken care of him. Should have got rid of him. Okay, but I saw, that was a cool little thing we saw there, though. Ow. If it chases me, he's dead. Did not, in fact, chase me. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Come on, Hitsu! Make the jump! We'll take those. A little fancy movement there, but we'll take those. Buy these. Hopefully they don't attack me. This guy, I think I have to fight. Worked out in my favor for now. Side real quick here. Activate these bad boys so I can stagger them if they chase me. My souls, my runes, I lost them all. 70,000 of them. Oh god. Did I hit plus? I don't know if I did or not. 16,039 deaths. We'll see how accurate my count is. If there's like a counter at the end, we'll see how accurate it is. It's probably not accurate at all. These guys are just blowing themselves up. That's so mean. I can't attack something like that. If I attack it, I blow up. And I'm a melee build. That's actually very mean. Okay, I do want to try something though. Just lost my souls anyways. Let's see where this thing goes. What if it's like a shortcut this entire time? Or it's like a one-off thing? I really don't know. Take me away. Da, 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 da. Okay. Okay. I am in the land of the mortals. Oh my fuck. What's up, Sage? How are you doing? Oh, we take those. We take those. We take those. We take those. No, we don't. We don't take those. We don't take those. We don't take those. It's been my first playthrough for don't even know how long now, to be honest with you. It's been first playthrough since like forever. Since the game released. Not leveling up HP has been quite the predicament for me. He's gonna die over there now. Unleash the holy powers! Gotcha, bitch. I will cheese you the way my fathers once cheesed everyone I know in existence. With Gilgamesh. Well, with that, I'm gonna go pee real quick. That was bullshit. PRP. Headset. On. My brain off. At least I grabbed the souls. Very non-existent souls that I have. Dude, look at its face. Ugly. It's game of the year for you? I think of game of the year. So was I much? You're still a very big fucker. Wait, that didn't do any damage? Fuck you, hold on. I did not mean to do that at all. Gameplay is drowning you out, by the way. Actually, it's fine. Is it? I can lower the game more. The game is pretty loud. Here, let me. Thank you for letting me know. But I'm not sure if it would be the game of the year for me because I don't remember what all the other games were this year. God of War Ragnarok, I think, could be a good contender. I haven't played it, but I think it'd be a good contender for sure. Oh, I'm blinking on other games that came out this year, though. Right now, I'm. That wasn't some actual motherfucking bullshit. The hell? Hold up. I see you. Takes no damage in there. Is my HP just that dog? Am I just... Book. Okay. Okay. It didn't stagger him? I actually thought that would have totally worked. So basically I have to kill him, then somehow bait the timing to work in my favor, and then leave, and then run back in and play Ring Around the Rosie with that stupid thing. And then maybe I'll be okay. This catacomb is kind of cringe! Where are my gosh darn souls? Have you finished this game, Sage? Also, if I have a mod, can someone shout out Sage? They're actually big dork vibes. God. I got this game. Swear to God. Fucking there's stuff in here. This is game of the year for me, I knew anyway. Made me enjoy a freaking open world game. I got an arrow on my foot. I think this game is definitely very possible that it's one of the better ones for sure. Compared to other games at least, this one definitely has something going for it. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the thing I'm worried about. Like it's pretty recent in terms of how new it is. You know that's bullshit, right? You know that's bullshit, right? What the fuck? But like it's too new. Like that's my concern. I'm not sure if anyone actually knows how it's gonna play out. I know people have already beaten the game for sure, but so you don't know. I don't know. His stagger's inconsistent. Honestly, that's kind of fucked up. Honestly. Hey, Cookies. How are you? Pop. How are you? All right, buddy. I saw this on YouTube. Come over here. Thank you. Dickhead. What a dickhead. He basically one-shots me. Basically. I just told a friend that another friend of hers is talking shit behind her. Oh, you're going through one of those. Good luck. Oh, you dickhead. Oh, you dickhead. Get staggered, please. Look at the way it's... Ugh. Cat statues. The worst. That... Fuck yeah, that hyped me up.
It sucks.
Yeah, enjoy the twerking emote. I forgot I had a fucking twerking emote. I keep forgetting I have that. Wait, that's not even the censored one. Oh, it is a censored one. That's a little bar there, the comedic censorship. That's fucking rude. I think it's to go in front of it. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I fucking love that, the 3-month one. It's Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Even though it wasn't like the best Smash game, it was one of the games that really resonated with me for some reason. Back when I had a Wii U. Because first the person I have to tell, then the person talking shit though. Wait, hold on. You're closer with the person you have to tell. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Love that. Oh, that's some bullshit. Fucking. These cat creatures are one of the earliest bosses we fought. Like there's a variant of it, and it moves in such an unnatural way that I can't like process how it moves. Like I should be able to, because it's the same fucking attack, but it's just so unnatural. They're Thank you. Yas Queen. I really hope they didn't have to happen like that. Oh my fuck. Okay, let me read this properly, Cookies. I'm doing alright. Have to tell a friend that another friend of hers is talking shit behind her back, and you're closer friends with the person you have to tell the person talking shit though. Okay, so yeah, no, that makes sense. Fuck friends like that. We don't like no fake friends. Talking shit behind people's back? That's cringe. It's finally open now, at least. I don't have to like deal with that dumb shit again. Do I actually have to take that hit, more or less? If that's so, that's kind of cringe. Another stupid idiot. Sick of these guys. I'm so sick of these cat statue things. So sick of them. I'm sick of them. Here's the good thing. I don't have to deal with the snow bullshit anymore, the frostbite bullshit. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. Welcome back, Neo. Yeah, me, a gamer that dies? Sorry, but that's not me. That's not the Hitsuga that you guys know. This is just scripted. Every single one of these deaths that you see, they were built into the game. That's all it is. I spammed. I couldn't stagger him. I mean, I did stagger him. I just couldn't fucking penetrate him. Don't know why I used penetrate there, but it was the first word to come to my mind, and whatever. Whatever. I don't know. You're still alive? Not anymore. I don't know why penetrate was the first thing that fucking came to my mind. Stagger this. What does my flask do? I don't remember what my flask does. I know it does something. And I think it might enhance stagger potential. I don't remember if that's true or not. Oh, okay. Okay. Did you die here? Now you did. God damn, that's close. Okay, I want to see how close I can get to this without, like, targeting. Dude, it moves so slow. It's so lost. what it does exactly, but we'll pop it. Oh, be gone! Be gone! Be gone, foul demon! Be gone! Whatever the fuck this is. I want it. Fire monk ashes. Seek dark. Well, we're done with whatever this part is. We have the other parts to still go to, though. But at least this part of this area is done with. Which, admittedly, was a giga pain in the ass. Hold up, I didn't swing at the back wall. Let me check. There's a hidden wall here. We don't see hidden walls often. Let me check if there's actually something behind walls. I don't think there is, but just to be safe, you know. Okay, I don't see anything. There's no switch or anything either. We're good. How does bubble does? I really wish my memory is a lot better than it used to be. It no longer is. I don't know what this bubble thing is. Actually, isn't this like a shield? Actually, this might be a shield. It might be like a bubble shield or something. Truthfully. It is a shield, and I lost it. Fuck. I have no mana. How the fuck am I gonna do this? Oh, the fact that I reacted to that at all is insane. Oh my god. Okay, hold up. I accidentally walked into that. That was an accident. Is it getting stuck on the wall or something? Fuck, that's so terrifying. Sorry. That was really loud. I thought I killed both of them at the same time because one blew up. The other guy just took his time to blow up. And that's all. I was like, fuck. All right. In any case, at least not too far away. 'Cause... Fuck, dude. Why am I so bad at these games? I'm supposed to be a pro gamer. I mean, I am a pro gamer. I'm not bad at these games. I'm just sick and tired of all these scripted deaths. Yeah. How is he hitting me now? What was my pathing earlier? Or did I roll? I don't know if I rolled or not. I don't remember him hitting me though. Even if I didn't roll, I don't remember him hitting me. It's okay. I guess I must have rolled because he's just hitting me. I swear to God, the earlier I was just running by him. Like, I don't think I was rolling at all. Here, let's just run straight. If this kills me, I know this game is busted. Busted game. Looks like I have to roll. I don't know. I died 4 times just to test the roll. Making sure I gotta do a certain act just to live. Pretty funny. Pretty funny to see. Ah, fuck. Just some stupid catacombs. Come on. Catacombs are so stupid. Oh no. They're home and they turned the heat on again. Like a lot. I can feel it. I'm starting to sweat. Oh no. I guess that's a fun question. What temperature do you guys keep your houses or like your rooms in? That's a good question. How hot do y'all keep your room? What sneeze? Excuse me. Celsius or Fahrenheit? No sneezes recently. I've been feeling a little bit different. They've been feeling a little bit sick. Whatever Malaysia decides that day. Well, the PC keeps my room warm. Yeah, the PC keeps my room very fucking warm. So when they turn the heat on, it gets really hot. That's my issue. But like I start sweating even though I'm like short sleeve and everything. I start sweating pretty fucking easily. Fuck me, dude. But that's pretty fair. You guys just use whatever temperature Malaysia is that day. I like that. That is pretty solid. They can chase me for however long they want. I'm fucking tired of that room. Booty hole room for me. Sweating is normal. Yeah, but I don't like sweating in my room. I want to feel chill. It's nighttime. It's winter time. I want to chill, basically. Like, literally chill. I want to chill. But they raised the temperature in the house to close to 80-something degrees Fahrenheit. And sometimes they go a little bit over, which I think is kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. And of course, in my room with my PC, it actually like adds up. It's hot. It gets hot pretty quickly. It's like a summer day. And normally I would just be butt-ass naked. That's how you deal with the heat when it's hot. But as you can tell, that's probably not the way to go. Not for me right now anyways. Because streaming naked is a bannable offense. Ahaha. Okay, but can you stand up? Oh, wait, no, I can't stand up. Hold up, I'm being cheesed. This is definitely a new room. I'm pretty confident. Just green screen. So I am wearing PJs. But it's still pretty hot. Like, it shouldn't get this hot. And I can start to feel the temperature rising. Do you have a sock on? No, I don't. Are you trying to see my feet, Neo? How lewd. Neo. I should have known. It's always been about the feet. Oi. These motherfuckers never come to me like normal people. There's another one right next to you. I know there is. It didn't get you? Oh, that's cap. Wiki Feet would like to know your location. Do you guys make money from selling feet pics? Asking for a friend. I'm currently unemployed. Asking for a friend. Is that a thing? Is that in the markets? Us? No. Fuck. Is that a hand I just saw? That looks like a hand. It's a normal dude for once. Oh my god, that's so nice. Ain't that normal. He ain't that normal. So I know this isn't the place we're supposed to go, because I think it's the other spot we were at. And this is going to probably lead to some sort of loop. but I still want to explore it in case there's like items or like runes I can pick up. No kill, like overkill. For someone, maybe and probably. No, I'm not selling my feet to you guys. It has to be someone that doesn't know me. Someone that can't use my feet against me. That'd be kind of funny though. Actually selling feet pics. To this day, I still don't get why that's like a thing that people like personally. I don't get it. I don't know why people like feet pics. I know people do, like a lot, but Oh, it's a big stinky boy. Oi! You're getting a little bit too close there, buddy. That's a lot of poison. Ugh. We can do this. We'll do this. We'll do this. Finish your Overwatch. I'm gonna be shower. I was gonna shower only to be told that our hot water isn't working. Get fucked. Sorry. I don't mean to laugh at your struggling plight. Someone used all the hot water. Get wrecked. GG. FFF 20. Honestly, that's one of the worst feelings though. I feel that fucking hot water just absolutely vanishing. Breaks my heart too. Rental fee super cheap. Want to borrow my camera? Rental fee super. Oh, you only want 20% revenue cut? We can do that. I need a camera. Trap ahead. Just so happens that I know my way around traps. I am the master of the booby traps. The amount of times I've died to stupid traps in these games have been absolutely fucking ridiculous. But I like that I can kind of react to them now, which is kind of cool in that regard, honestly. Oh. 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 Okay, so this is where it loops. It loops here. We did a proper loop now. I think. Yeah. A proper loop. Got it. I don't think someone used it at all. I think it's just not working for some reason. Oh, that's even worse, actually. That's kind of scary. If it's not working at all. That is kind of scary. It's the best day ever. I really, really enjoyed this game. I'm just very bad at it. Like, that's probably like the best way to describe it. I enjoy it, but I'm bad at it. What's this? What happens if I drop here? Oh, okay. I know what this is. which means this is where the elevator is. We're gonna take and go up. It's a really, really good game. We were kind of chatting about how it could be game of the year, which I definitely could see. I know for a lot of people, especially for a first run, there's so much to do in this game, so much you get to do and walk around and just experience, that it's a really, really cool game in that regard. Like, there's just actually so much content. Considering I haven't beaten it yet, it's a big indicator of how much content there actually is. But that's the cool part, though. I like that. We like that. We like content, I guess. Alright, let's fight this boss, whatever it is. It's one of these. Oh my god. Stab the eye. Nice. About to go crazy. Go crazy here. Gotta dip, gotta dip, gotta dip, gotta dip, gotta dip, gotta dip. I couldn't do it in time. I guess it's not that bad. We almost killed it. But I do see Elden Ring potentially being one of the game of the year. I'm trying to remember other games that came out during this time, but I'm blanking on them, to be honest. I don't remember what other games there were that would compare. So it's been rough for me in that regard.
Chump.
Oh. Fucking Italian. See you, chump. That's so good. That's actually so good. I love it. See you, chump. I need to go in there and not get hit. I'm gonna try to zero death this bad boy. That's the kind of gamer that I am. Some bullshit. Dude, it's just boom. That's what it does. It's so troll. God damn it. It's so troll. Okay, we go again. We go again. We got a half HP earlier. We can do this. This is quite manageable. I just need to manage it. Roll twice there, cause NPCs be NPCs. Nice. Is the other one gonna come down? I think the other one wanted to jump as well, but it didn't. Drink that. Enter the mist. Charge up. Use that. Really not what I meant to do. Your head. Let me stab your head. Ah! Get attention! Yes! Bitch! Fuck you. Give me my damn treasure chest and death root. We got it. We got it. Finally, we can move beyond the catacombs or whatever this place is. Did my panic come out just a touch there? Maybe. Can't I? Is there a bonfire? Yeah, there is. A grace, rather. It's not a bonfire. It's a grace. How silly of me to be using these terms that don't make sense. Oh, Melina's here. Oh.
There is something I'd like to say.
Yeah.
My purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition.
Okay.
I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you. Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you.
What the
For
fuck?
but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Anyone know what I should get next? Intelligence is the one that increases my DPS, which I've just been doing because it increases my DPS. But I feel like I should also start working on other stuff too. Get like other weapons down. But I'll do intelligence again. Just cause. A new map has been found. What is that melody? Literally, what is that melody? Oh, that could be good. I want to add that to a soundbite. What is that melody? Hello, bird. Goodbye, bird. Here's some good news. It seems I am able to play the game. I vaguely remember how to do stuff. The bad news, I'm still bad. I want to check this place out. This place looks like there's something here. The Zamor Ruins. And I feel like I need to check it out properly, you know? Because it has these stinky guys that I do absolutely no damage. Ah, yes, a dungeon! Exactly what I was thinking. Smithing stone minor bell bearing. Smithing stone minor bell bearing 3. That's good. Oh jeez, these guys are fucking wizards or something. They did some magic-y shit. Magical shit. Doth there be anything at these ruins? Yes, the Zamor Ice Storm. A weapon, a skill of some sort. That's kind of cool. We found a bell bearing, I guess. Let's see this skill. Cool beans! Alright, now we continue onwards. I should have just checked this place earlier. I don't know why I didn't. But now we can. Okay, fuck the hawk. Don't want to deal with hawks. I think that's it for that small bit, at least that area. Cool part is whatever's about to happen when I go down this path. I had to go and open my mouth. I had to say something. I had to be a silly poopy head. A big doo-doo fallen again. Gravity and traps are what kills me the most in Dark Souls games. Absolutely played myself there. Absolutely played myself. Isn't there a bonfire actually over there somewhere? I love that alert. I love it. Oh, I want to add what is that melody? I've been hearing that a lot recently, and honestly, it's kind of really fucking funny. Though to be fair, Sigma's backstory is probably super depressing, or it's not super depressing. Not probably, it is actually depressing. Dude gone mad. He lost his mind, body, and soul. All right, what bullshit's gonna happen here? Nothing too crazy. I thought something crazy was gonna happen. Like I die. Something. Lost Ashes of War. He was Moira's test subject. And I think Moira was actually trying to help him with something. But Moira is Moira, so she, you know, getting help from her is John. Basically, don't let Moira help you ever. Do not let her help you. If anything, healing, say no. Say no to healing. Yeah, buddy, come here. Trying to snipe me off the bridge? Not today, pal. Not today. Just say no. The campaign that worked brilliantly. I think it actually made things worse. Statistically, I think they found out that like that campaign somehow made it so that kids are actually more willing to take risk for some reason. Sonny, do you watch K-dramas? Yeah, Dare was no good. Yeah, I know, I get the intent and purpose, like it's a good cause and all, but they really dropped the fucking ball. Oh, it's the light being weird. Light being funky. What my sister does? There's this one K-drama I started recently that honestly is pretty fucking solid. I explained it at the start of the stream, but the premise is there's these Grim Reapers, except instead of being Grim Reapers, it's a small subsection, small unit, of like a team of like 3 or 2 actually. The main character's the third one, the human that someone gets stuck there. And the premise of it is they, instead of escorting souls and bringing people to like the afterlife, to hell, heaven, or whatever the fuck it is that actually happens, instead of escorting the souls there, they actually, their unit is focused on saving people's lives before they become just souls. Specifically people who are about to take their own lives. And the way the messages and like the themes of how they portray things are so beautifully fucking done. I feel like they tackle these heavy subjects, but they also show like the best of humanity at the same time. And it's like it makes me, I don't know, I really fucking love it. And it got a little bit of charm. It's funny now and then, a little quirky dorky charm, but it handles so many different like well thought out topics. It's called Tomorrow. It's on Netflix. I'm only like 4 or 5 episodes in, but so far every episode for me has been like a 9 or a 10 out of 10. Like I teared up, I think, each episode from like how sweet and the messages were. And they'll do these certain approaches to talking someone down from suicide. That some of them, because the main character is like what grounds things, and the other character, the Grim Reaper, lacks some humanity. So like the main character brings the human element to it, which is really fucking sweet. Then jump around on a horse to find the right path. Basically, hey, how are you doing, Seiko? How's life treating you? And like as a show, I think it's worth a watch just based on what I've seen right now. It's really, really interesting, actually. I quite enjoy it. Bad? Oh no. Why bad? What's going on? And the one thing that, this is why I actually really like the show, I think. So they'll handle certain topics and they'll approach certain things and they'll say certain things. And I'm like, oh, well, don't do that. You should say this instead. You should try to be more thoughtful and, you know, be nice. But then all of a sudden they fucking do it, like shortly after I say that, and I'm like, oh, well, that's fucking great. That's so sweet. What the fuck? I love that. That's so nice. It's so heartwarming. And I love it. You lost your job. I'm so sorry. But to be fair, it was the government jumps, and now I feel less stressed now that I don't have to deal with that. I kind of felt that. Before summer, they wouldn't let me request vacation time because they're expecting work to ramp up after COVID was dying down, not having to worry about COVID restrictions and not all that nonsense. So they weren't approving vacation time for me, and I was going to Norway, so I quit. I didn't get fired. I quit. But the workplace, I disliked how they handled it, honestly. Like, pretty cringe. That's true. You do get time to relax. I have a lot more time than I used to be. Am I struggling financially? Yes, very much so. But I do have a lot more time to do things, and I wanna, like, for example, I've been going to the gym. Though paying for the gym is kind of a heck, but I've been going for the gym, and I want to rather do more content creating stuff. I wanna turn clips into shorts, but I need to sit down and actually do that, and I haven't yet. But like, I do know I have a lot more time now, which is a good thing. But I hope you get to enjoy this time off from work, at least. Cause that I got tons saved, so I'm good for a while till I need to replay. That's what I hope you get to experience. Just some you time, just enjoy yourself, do what you gotta, and hopefully somehow $1 million just falls into your pocket, and you can keep doing that. That's what I hope for you. But welcome, Seiko. It's nice to see you again. Are you in the Discord, Seiko? I feel like you are. You've been posting a lot of like cat pics and dog pics recently. And seeing your name just reminded me of Small Beastie section, because I fucking love that section. It's one of my favorite sections, honestly.
Excuse me.
What? Sonny? Nani?
Dork.
You can't just donate $20 and call me a dork. What is that for, you fucking dork? What? First of all, bully. Second of all, what the heck? In fact, I'm gonna pick you up in the art section. You can't. You just. Well, no, you just. Oh my god. You guys are actually all dorks. Thank you, Sonny, for the $20. I actually do appreciate that very much. But at the same time, why? You're such a dork. Nani? I'm reporting you to... I'm reporting you to something. I don't know what yet, but I'm reporting you. Yeah, if you want to post art, you definitely can. I died. We have an art section as well. I'm not sure if we have a photography section. I think we just combined that and put that in art. I think. Because I know there was people that used to love doing photography, but we just figured it'd be easier to consolidate things. Consolidate, God. I'm speaking like an old person. Ugh. Help, guys. I'm changing. Alright. I got stomped on. But thank you, Sonny. I will probably use that for gas. Not gonna lie, I'll probably use that for gas. That's one thing that surprised me. I know it went up in price, but gas did go up quite a bit over the summer. I just didn't expect it to go up that much. Maybe. I was on the right side. I was worried for a second there. I do appreciate it a lot, Theodore. Hopefully, like, it's not... I feel bad when people don't. I know I shouldn't. I trust everyone that does donate is in a position where they're able to, or if they're subbing, they're able to. I trust that everyone is in those positions, but I still feel bad because of my nature. God. I think that fucked me up. And I can't help it. I really can't. But I need to try to be more accepting, because I remember that was something I got complained about a lot. I'd add the fort, but it's kind of lewd. I know we have an NSFW section, but I think that's like not auto assign role thing. Yeah, that's like you gotta check to make sure that you're of age, but it's not really used at all, really. Like, how lewd is it? Because in the announcement I posted something that technically is actually also very lewd, but it's like a fun cutesy lewd. If it's underwear, then I don't, especially if it's art, don't worry too much about it. We've seen, there's been people who's posted art. You know how there can be like nude art, for example? And it's not like lewd per se, it's just aesthetically like art. We have people post their art like that before. So if it's nothing too crazy. No maidens. I haven't heard that one in a while. What's that one then? Yeah, could someone check real quick if it's like good lewd or not? I don't know how to define that. I trust that everyone that's in the Discord is mature enough to not freak out as well. I also trust that. Smithing stone. Green white cured meat.
See you, chump.
It's fine. Then yeah, it's probably good. I'm sure people here has seen looter things just going on Twitter by accident. To be honest. Also, mecha is a lot harder than I thought. I used to do mecha stuff. Do you like the notifications though? The sound thingies, Max? I spent so much time trying to figure those out. I used to draw Gundams, and I had it on Photo Bucket. I think I had my old Gundam drawings on Photo Bucket, but don't ask me to log in because I don't remember shit from that anymore. I used to draw. I was all hand drawn stuff. I actually, one thing I want to do as a streamer is like draw live on stream or play the piano, like practice piano live on stream and stuff like that. Again, like learn how to play stuff, but I am not in a position where I feel comfortable doing that yet. But I think at some point, if I can actually do that, that'd be kind of cool. Because there's a lot of things I do want to do on stream. Streaming opens up a lot of creative juices in me. It makes me think about all these different things that I actually really want to do. Like I have video ideas I want to do. I want to do like skit videos too. I feel like I could probably do some decent dorky skits, but I need to work with it. I need to figure out my flavor of content, I guess. Juices. Hits a commission wins. I don't know if I would ever do commissions. It would just be me drawing for the sake of drawing. It's like, ah, yeah, how nice. How quaint. What's painful about them all was I did them on mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I don't think I could ever do mouse and keyboard, to be honest. Or like a draw pad or anything like that. I'm not sure I'd be able to, honestly. Seems like there's a tough enemy somewhere around here, I believe. I want to see this art actually.
Where did you go?
Are you okay?
You promised me when we turn 14, we go to see the stars.
And these little annoying shits.
I can wait to know so long. Forever and ever it seems.
Jellyfish have thoughts. Is that a human turned into a jellyfish? What the fuck?
Sister, where did you go?
Jellyfish have thoughts? Let me see this. I want to see the art.
You promised me when we turn 14, we go to see the stars.
I'm gonna play this clip again. This clip made me laugh earlier.
I've been waiting
I don't need to
so
open my shirt.
long.
Gotta have that up.
Forever and ever it seems.
This is how I imagine Sophia. This is what Sophia does basically all the time. I'm minding my own business, and Sophia just does this sometimes, and it's just so ridiculous. And I love her. It's so silly. But I want to see the art.
Promise me when we turn 14, we go to see the stars.
Ought to. Oh. Oh. Hey, yo, this is kind of cool. This is like a dope mobile suit. Is that from something, or is that like original? I don't know too much about mechas besides Gundam, Code Geass, Gurren Lagann, and Evangelion, I guess. But it's a Gray's custom. That looks really fucking dope. I like that.
Where did you go?
Let's see this. These are the characters. Yeah, this is fine. That's fine.
You promised me when we turn 14, we go
Let's see.
to see the stars.
I like that you are working on like the small details and like the individual. I to this day I cannot draw hands. I've tried and I can't draw hands or digits or fingers or anything like that. Like for something, it just doesn't make sense. But it's really cool that you're doing a lot of these small details. You're already starting to shade and stuff, so I can see what you mean. Same with hands, really? Really? This is very like nicely shaped hand, I think. You're slowly getting better at hands. I like this. That's a nice closed fist. You're also working with the fabric details, which is really cool. Like if you just do more shading, it would probably turn out very fucking cool. I like seeing artists get better. We actually had a lot of artists back in the early days of the stream. Does anyone remember Tori? What was her old username? Yanny Art or something? I don't remember. And then there was also Ikanaide that did art. Like, we've seen a lot of people just get better and better with practice, and it's so fucking cool. Like, that's one of the best things I enjoy about streaming is that I know all these people from way back when, and then I like, get to see their art from then and see it like now. I'm like, holy shit, you've improved so much, and it's so cool to see. I like this. I like this. This? I love this. This looks fucking fire. But no, I think you're doing pretty solid. The shade, you're working on shading here as well. Shading is really tough though. I don't think there's any really easy way to work on shading besides just practicing shading and drawing random shit you see in front of you. To be honest. I think that's what everyone I know that's ever done shading. They just literally like just look at something. It's like, okay, let's see how the light is affecting it right now, and draw from there. And then I guess technically there's like some techniques you can do or practice techniques, but I like it. You have a dope style. And you got so far into the mech that it couldn't go back and change anything about the leg. I mean, it still looks very cool though. I like how it turned out a lot. It looks really dope. I would love to continue seeing more of your art. And yeah, this is fine. Like as long as It's not like straight up like someone getting dicked down. you know. That's different. Someone getting dicked down is that has to be in the NSFW. Hello, hugs and wubs for Chew and everyone. Oh, look at you. Welcome back in, Lily Bear. How are you going? How are you doing? Not going. How are you going? I'm being not English. Sinfanta. Wait. Oh, you know him. I haven't been to a stream in a while. I don't think. Hold up. I want to check. How have I not seen him go live? Does he still stream?
You promised me when we turn 14.
He does. I just have not seen him. I see a lot of his posts on like Instagram and Twitter and stuff. He used to be. He wears like a luchador mask and stuff to do stuff, which is really cool. Jesus, I can't draw that even if I wanted to. Draw what? I completely missed it. Sorry. I missed it. The context, the timing. I dropped him some of the emotes. Oh, you're the one that made his emotes. Really, Lily Bear? That's really cool. You're an artist too, then. Please, do not be afraid to post your art. Seek research and then let there be bliss. Held shut by seal.
We go to see the stars.
Not NSFW. Oh, yeah. No. I don't. Even if I was a really well-known artist, I'm not sure if I'd be able to do NSFW work. Like, I'm not sure I'd be able to. Like, can I appreciate it from like as a standby, like, or not standby, offsider? What term am I looking for here? I'm blanking right now. Not offsider. What am I looking for? Thank you for shouting them out. I'm not sure if you actually do stream or not, but I appreciate that, Tyler. Artiste. What am I? What? I'm trying to think. Standby person. Offside. Basically, the person that, like, stands on the side. Motherfucker. Mandatory these nuts. God damn it. Bystander. Thank you so much. My brain was fucking blanking. As a bystander, I can appreciate NSFW art. Is it like I can be like, oh wow. Okay, first of all, damn, really fucking lewd. Holy shit. Kind of spicy, but really fucking lewd. But at the same time, pretty impressive. Like, pretty impressive work, honestly. Like, so there's always a mix, and it's always the lewd artist that for some reason like know how well to draw like human anatomy or something like that. And it's like always kind of crazy. Yeah, I could not. I swear to God, I could not figure it out. Yeah, but you know what I mean? I mean, Neo's basically permanently horny on Twitter. You probably know what I mean. Whereas like someone's art is just like, it really stands out. Like, it's lewd, but it stands out. Like, it's really well done. I'm gonna drink this just in case. I'm gonna get cheese here. Can you come to me, please, sir? Oh, that's not good. I need you to hit this thingy. Please stab me or something. Just break this. Break this. commissioned artists for an SFW piece from the NSFW. Yeah. So you're like, damn, that's amazing. I need to commission you. Calling Neo out. I mean, Neo knows. Neo knows. He knows. I know nobody knows sometimes, but he knows. Tasted power of Sunny D, the orange juice with the power of sun. Sunny D. I don't remember the last time I had Sunny D. I had a Capri Sun not too long ago, actually. But Sunny D, I don't remember the last time I had a Sunny D. I don't want to kill jellyfish anymore. They're so sweet. A lot of things have been changing brand-wise. Have you guys noticed that? Like even fucking Hershey's bars and shit like that all taste so different now compared to the way they used to. And I know people are saying things like, oh, it's just because you got older and your taste buds have changed. Nah, that's cap. I fucking love sweets. I know what I still have a sweet tooth. That has not changed. That has absolutely not changed. Oh, you dicks. Here I go. To the dark abyss I go. Capri Sun made you sick once? Really? What the fuck is this shit? I just found an interesting dungeon. Yeah, they definitely did, because people's, like, for example, Hershey's. I know I used to fucking love Hershey's or Kit Kats. Kit Kats, at least the texture hasn't changed much. God damn. At least the texture hasn't changed much. But, oh. That's not what I meant to do. But, taste-wise, it has changed a bit. But Hershey's changed a lot. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups has changed a lot. I'm trying to think. What else has changed a lot? Oi. It's a cool little area. And like, it's sad that it's changed so much, because these things used to be absolutely fucking phenomenal snacks. Like, absolutely delicious. And now it's like, I'm just eating it because it's sweet. I just needed something sweet. I drank the wrong thing again. So it's kind of sad to see that things have changed that much. I'm so glad I bought this lantern whenever I did go. This lantern has been a huge lifesaver. Yeah, they taste different. Like, texture-wise, they're the same still. So it's not like the worst thing in the world, because I originally liked Kit Kat because of the texture. But taste-wise, they're a little bit different. But it's not like obscenely bad compared to like how Hershey's tastes now versus how Hershey's used to taste. I think Hershey's is absolutely heartbreaking, low-key. Were them archers? That's where I was earlier. Oh, beans. Yeah, that's where we fell earlier. Oi! What the fuck? Got chased. Lint? I'm trying to remember what lint. Is that the, like, the Sears candy? The Sears chocolate? The Von Moore chocolate? Is that what I'm thinking of when I hear lint? Because I think those are pretty good too. Though some of them actually I am not too fond of, but like there's a lot of flavors, so just find what you like. Did you know that Hershey in the US is actually made with something that tastes like vomit? Is that why it tastes like shit now? Because back in my day, vomit tasted great. That's kind of I used to really love Hershey's. I still do. I still eat it, but like it's just disappointing to me. Yo, that guy's like me, for real, for real. It's used to be used as a preservative. I think preservatives usually taste better now, but people were so used to the taste that they kept it. Ah. Cringe. I don't know. All I know is the taste has changed. Peanut butter cups has also changed a lot. And I know it's not me like disliking sweets, because I've had other peanut butter cups that are like Trader Joe brands or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just they're different brands, but they're still really fucking good. That's the catch. And that's the most heartbreaking part about it. Sayonara. Sayonara, my friends. I mean, I'm not surprised. There's so many weird shit when it comes to like... Come here, you fool! Come here, you fool! This is such a cool spot, though, honestly. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, this is such a really cool spot. I really like this area. I got new armor. Oh! Lily posting art now. I think someone else is posting art. This is what I like about this game. There's so much like many cool areas and cool zones that you're like, damn, this place is really fucking neat, honestly. This game is really neat. Aesthetically, how beautiful would it be to go inside a cave or something and see a lake like this with trees growing up? Like, how cool would that be? It'd be fucking amazing. I would lose my mind. I see an item up there. Would I risk all the dangers and horrors that possibly come along with it? Probably not. Does it change how cool it is? Not at all. Not at all, in my opinion. Godskin Apostle. Oh god, you're the the crazy anime guy. Wait, but that means there's a hidden person somewhere. 'Cause you're a spirit. Right. Possible explanation I can gather from this. See, I don't know if he's actually an actual boss or not. I feel like the second I kill him, something else is gonna come. That's what I feel like. Find a way to get there. It seemed like earlier there was an item though. I swear to God I saw an item up top, somewhere high. So maybe if I walk in the up top section somewhere high, I'll find an item. Ah! The way that wood just flew. The wood just stuck to the rock. That's funny. The cave walls. The walls of the caves.
See you, chump.
Enjoy your lurk, Sunny. I love that so much. That's such a good notification. It's such a dumb idea, but it turned out to be so fucking. It makes me so happy. Damn, son! What the dog doing? Good, drop him. Okay. Oh, no. No, it did not. No, it did not. Beans? Cool beans. Slight urge to pee, but I don't think that's too much to worry about. That's lame of me. Fuck, okay. Can't obviously do that setup. I'll BRB, I gotta go pee. And while I pee, I guess I will run an ad real quick. Cause why not? I'm supposed to do that. So I'll be right back, guys, just so everyone knows. Oh, enjoy the BRB screen.
Moshi moshi.
Oh! Not trying hard enough. Oh! You can't! I tried hard enough! Fuck this game! Fuck everything in this game! Oh, I'm so sorry! Oh no, run! Run, bitch, run! You can't! Go in the damn door! Go in the damn door! Ah! I thought I was inside! So that's the first thing I did. Well, no. What? What?
Hey, hey.
When am I supposed to swing? When it turns blue? Question mark? What? This is what I fucking missed,
Man,
like a bunch of swings in a
Why
row.
am I nervous?
You can't be. It obviously. Imagine being a bad gamer like me. I'm glad you guys are all pro gamers. You guys are all amazing gamers. Everyone here, phenomenal gamer. Hairs in my eye. Unlike me. Okay. I think going down the rabbit hole is actually a bit faster. Unless I take that huge ass drop and I take all that damage to myself. That's not as cool, but we make do, Such a cool spot. Like, it's such a cool spot. I honestly love the aesthetic of this spot. A fucking lot. Get wrecked, nerd. I took his armor. I want to see if his armor is actually any better. Land of Reed armor. White Reed armor. Is it heavier at all? bit stronger version of my armor. That weighs the same. I guess you can argue whether or not it's actually stronger, but it's just a touch. Just a touch. Oh, my R1's broken. I broke my R1. I can't riposte. Fuck. I broke my R1 button. Cringe. I can't. Is there a way to fix this? I swear to God, there's a way to fix this. I found it out earlier. Tab. Global controller. Plug it back in. Maybe. Maybe that's the technique. We're just gonna quit game. Or return to desktop. Or return to desktop. And then I'll relaunch it. It should autosave. So we should be good. We should be good. We should be good. Dum, dum. Tomorrow is anime night. Oh, it says it's an error while updating the game. Although it's not updating. Silly. Silly game. Silly game. Wait, do you guys see it bright white like I did? Or not? Wait, does that say ending stream behind the little boo? Do you guys see that? That's ending stream right there. Oh, there you go, Ghosty Chan. Back to where you belong. Nani desu ka? Oi! Something blocking my game. Okay, sorry. Did I put some art? Sorry if I put too many. Oh, you did? I'll take a look. I'll take a look. Oh, you did a lot of art. That's quite a bit. A jolly dog. Oh, I forgot your. Oh, Seiko. Seiko, your name is so precious. A jolly dog. Oh, that's so cute. What the fuck? Let's see. That's some really cool. Oh, here, I'll switch to desktop. I know it's my stream. I'm just chilling. Don't even sweat about it. I wanna see it. Some sort of little creature. Is that Cheryl Barton? Oh my god. It is. I recognized it. Fucking hell. The hair is so his hair alone is so instantly recognizable. That's great though. That's really cool. Not sure what that one is, but I like the details on the clothes there. Oh, this elephant's very colorful. That's a really good use of colors there. I like that. I can't paint. I know I can't. Oh, that's really cool line art. Not sure what kind of snake that is, but that's pretty fire. I like the dresses. I feel like drawing dresses or drawing any type of fabric that has a lot of folds in it is so hard to do. So it's really neat when you get to see him in art. It's Kakashi and Zabuza. Always gonna love the fan arts. Oh, it's so precious, so cute. There's an eagle that's bald. There's some eyes that are eye. That's an eye that is closed. That's Edgelord, and in his other form. I like that movie. What's this? It's a work in progress. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. This one looks dope. You paint. God damn. Spooked me. Leaf Viper. Leaf Viper. Ah. Your paintings are. The watercolor paintings you do are really, really cool. I like the color, how the color comes out like that. That's really dope. Oh. Look at that face. That zoom in on that face alone, that could be a reaction meme. Low key. So the sound effects happen at the same time? Almost did. Yeah, that one's dope. Yeah, I really like what you're doing with the colors. This character looks familiar. I feel like I've seen this person before. Maybe just reminds me of Blue Eyes. So you like drawing animals? I get to take. You like drawing weeby stuff, which is cool. Oh, is that a penguin? a dorky penguin, maybe. At first digital art, no one teach you, so you taught yourself. Digital art is hard. Like, I know people say it's supposedly easier, but I think it's actually quite difficult because it's a lot of work to get things to look not digital. But no, this is really cool. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. A lot of these are really, really cool. I love seeing people's art. I really enjoy it. Like Seiko. Oh God, this one's so cool. I love this one so much. That's such a cool little thing. Seiko, good job. And then we have people like who post his art consistently. I really like art in general. This is M started drawing, and it's really cool to see how he's drawing now and how he's like improving in his own way and stuff like that. It's so neat. Like this one, I remember him doing this one. I was like, oh damn, that one looks really interesting. And like he did this one, I was like, damn, that one's really thought-provoking. Like he's actually like experimenting with like different concepts and stuff. And I'm like, okay, go off, King. I like making food. Oh God, art. I think it's my second favorite part about this entire Discord after Small Beasties. Small Beasties is really, really cool as well. Lone Shark. Forgot about that. That's silly. Yeah, I love seeing art. And then the second favorite section is this. I love this place too. It's like, oh look, cute people. Alright, people, cute thingies, cute beings. Love that. Love it. Absolutely fucking love it. I love it so much. Sorry. A little nerding out. A little nerding out, but you guys know me. I love what I love. I see. Oh my God, I fell off the hard end again. Come here, you foul beast! Welcome back, Sunny. We were just looking at more art. Lily Bear was posting some in the Discord. I thought it looked really fucking fire. I wish I did art consistently. What's that, like 5 silver flies? I don't even know what they do. I don't make stuff. Oh my God. Oh, I thought that was Cell. I thought that was Cell for a second. I thought that was Cell. is that the sound that Cell used to play all the time? Made me look at chat. I was like, is it Cell? Cell, is Cell finally here on stream for the first time in God knows how long? But no, she wouldn't be. She's probably asleep by now, and if not, she would have been at work. She's so busy now. So busy. I'm gonna add "What is that melody?" soon. That one's really fucking funny. Oi! No! Yeah, no. I don't care if your caster's dead. Be gone. Grab all this. Ikuzo! Ikuzo! Da 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 da. That snail just jumped over me. That snail snake looking thing actually just jumped over me. Like, what? Hi, Snake. What's going on? Oh, you're here. That reminds me. Movie night. Saturday? Sunday? How are you guys feeling about a movie night? What could we possibly watch? I'm not entirely sure, but there's a couple things I think would be interesting. I was thinking recently, there's that one movie I wanted to watch. Not Army of the Dead, but like the sequel they made, or the prequel they made rather, with the little bank robber guy. I want to watch that one. I haven't seen that one yet. But we could have a movie night sometime this month. B-movie. Oh god. When you said B-movie, I instantly thought of Jack. I miss him. I'm 100% down for movie night. Bet. I have no red face emote blushing on how I feel. Well, I'm glad you can feel like blushing. I'm glad we can make you feel that way. Die, you foul beings! You lovely creatures of the beautiful lake. Even though I talked to him a few hours ago, I felt that. Me and Sophia, I took a nap today when she was going to bed. So we kind of slept together, and it felt nice. Oh, run! Run! Hit the tree, you stupid beast! What the fuck? How did that not hit me? I'll take it. I'll take it, you fucking loser. Oh wait, right. When I play this game, you guys can't see my my stamina bar. Where's my webcam? Now where would my webcam be? I think it's like right there, right? Let me. Can I? Hold on. I need to fight someone. Woke up to use the loo. What's a loo and why are you using it? That sounds mighty suspicious, honestly. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just being dumb. What's new though, am I right? Alright. Yeah, you guys can see the stamina bar and everything though. Is this Elden Ring? Yes, this is Elden Ring. Sunny Stare, Neo. Ooh, fuck. I keep saying this, but I need someone to like hold me up to this. Eventually, I want to make that emote into. I think if I use Hitsune Stare, and I turn that into that, maybe we could get something there. Cause I really like that animation. I don't know who gifted me that sub, but I love that animation. I low-key want to yoink it because it's fucking great. But like the way he does it, like it like shakes in, like it like vibrates in, like. But yeah, basically, like it's such a dumb, dorky idea, but I really like how it turned out, or how it looks, anyways. You have work at 10 p.m. Ugh, imagine. Vibrates in. I can't use Hitsune Smug because Sophia made this comment that she said it looks like the dude's constipated, and I can't unsee it ever. Oh god, hold up. I just have to go in here. I'm chalked if I don't. Stab you in the face. Hoi! Maire Sekiro! Not over yet. I know it's not. Where's the creature that spawns this thing? Oh wait, this is so chalked. I have to fight this guy? Oh, this is actually so chalked. Okay, here we go. Yep. How am I supposed to deal with this? I don't know yet. Kicked my ass. That's what that did. Let me catch up on chat. We found another job, Snaz. I have work at 10 p.m. Living the good life. 6 months of probation, and it's permanent if I get past that probation. Run away. I try to. It's just I am bad. So I just gotta make it through the first guy, and then somehow make it through the last guy. But I'm pretty sure this is the thing. Like I'm not 100% sure on, but I'm pretty sure there's one of these snake skin snail things inside the room that's invisible. I'm pretty sure. And if that's the case, then I don't know where it actually is. And I don't know how I would be able to find it. Because, yeah. I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. Oh, oh, oh. 6 months of probation, and then I hope it goes well for you, Snake. That's awesome. Yonks ago? What's yonks? Is that weeks, years, days, seconds, minutes? Microseconds. Millennials. Centuries. Eons. I'm just naming stuff. Yonks like a minute ago. Wait, really? Does it mean a minute ago? Or a while ago? Interesting. I did not know that. I'm running to my victim. Be gone! Killed the one I wanted. That's good. It just means ages ago. Ages ago. Ah. You know, that makes a lot of sense. Oh man, I didn't. I froze for a second. I haven't. I wanted to propose to him. I swear to God, there has to be a spirit in there somewhere. The question is where. I was hoping I would see it summon the second creature, or second being, but I don't see it. Haven't earned donkey years in a minute. I think it's a contraction of donkey years, which means many years. Ah, Mr. Monster, your back should not stretch that long. It's bad for your spine. Yeah, you tell him. That'll teach him. That'll teach the silly monster. What happened to that guy? Alright. If I was a wolfy boy in the room, where would I hide? Kind of rude. Kind of rude, dude. will play this game if I have to. Oi! Cut me some slack, buddy! I used the wrong potion. I used the wrong potion. I used the wrong potion. He was not letting up for a second there. Technically, I could have ran, I guess. But fuck, how am I gonna deal with him if I can't? I need to either cheese him out of his second phase or something, which is what I was trying to do. I was trying to like time his HP to stagger when he's a bit around 2% or not 2%, 50%. That's what I was trying to do there. I don't think it was exactly working out. I love that emote as well, Lily Bear. That's a great emote. Oh, no. Donkey ears. I don't think I've ever heard donkey ears in my life, to be honest. Completely fucked that up. Throw a big stack for the big fella. I want to. I wish I could. I'm about to sneeze. Oh wait, you know cat naps as well. Wait, you know everyone I know. The fuck? I knew cat naps like way back then before they became a VTuber. Like way back then. Because you know Sin, the god tier luchador. Hey Lex, speaking of artists, there's one of our beloved artists on the stream, right there. How are you doing, Lex? Oh, fuck you. No, not you, Lex. I didn't say that to you. I was saying that to the wolf that jumped in front of me there. How are you doing, Lek? Don't mind me. It's potential! And again! To be honest, I thought he was doing something else, and I just rolled right into it. Speaking of artist, thank you for shouting out, Lek. I appreciate that. How have you been, Lek? What's going on? Ooh, does this work?
Like a great president and a good company. I'm gonna go order their steaks that are made affordable and delicious right now. Yeah, give me some soup.
Yeah, give me some soup. What the fuck? You're such a dork, like, what the hell? Holy moly. I'm about to sneeze again. I've been sneezing a lot, and I don't know if it's because I'm getting sick or not. These sneezes, they feel sick to me. I might have caught like a small bug or something. Not too sure though. Could also just be weather and like just dry weather. My nose is acting up. That's also a possibility. So I don't know yet. I don't want to jump to things. I think we're allergic to cold weather, Hitsu. Maybe. But I just gotta be a bit more careful. Or allergic to being dorks? Nah. Fortunately, I'm not a dork, so I can't. Oh, damn! They're coming for my ass! That was a lot of them right there. It kind of scared me a little bit. Okay, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, what the hell was that damage? My nose. Arigato. Just heal up real quick. That was really fucking close for no good reason. Where? Where spawned Desu? He attacks instantly. I'm gonna go blow my nose real quick. It's bothering me. It's all those hairs that Sophia plucked out of my nose over the summer. It's getting to me. It's evented. I saw it. What? What does that mean? I'm not sus. The only thing that's sus about me is how big my cock is. Fuck you, Neo. Fuck you. How the hell did you time that? That's such an unusual thing for me to say, and you still managed to fucking time it. What the fuck? You know me too, but I baited in. I got baited in. Now I run to this side. Honestly, killing them would drop something. Earlier, there's some crazy summons earlier. And I was fearful for my own life. Life? Light? Alright. I'm gonna need that clipped. For sure. The whole entire segment. Gotcha, bitch! What? It's... Thank you, Central. Your master is dead! No shot! Hitsu Sussy. Ayo. How did that guy live? Is that like another guy that spawns? I think it's just the bug, right? If you summon a creature and then you instantly die as you summon them, they continue living and fighting. Or something like that. That's what the bug seems like. Like we found out in this wound. Huh. Part of me wants to fight him. But I'm pretty sure I have that. Is that not where I got the armor from? I think I get the armor that he's wearing right now. Straight up. Yeah, I think I have the exact armor. So it is him. We got his armor already. I have no reason to fight him. Other than the fact that he's being summoned somehow. Bugs. You kill the master. Sometimes they live. And sometimes they don't. But most of the time, they die. This is such a pretty spot, though. Honestly. It's honestly such an amazing spot. In my opinion. Stamina by you. If you do not admit to the bullshittery that just happened in front of my face, I will be salty. Run! He wants me! And I don't want him back. How it goes Elden Ring? It is ringing. Elden Ring is ringing. And they're asking me about my life insurance because it is definitely handing me my own ass right now. Is it fun though? Yeah, it's fucking fun. I love it. It's so fun. But is it kicking my ass? Yeah. Don't even try it, Wolfie. Wolfie boy. That's too big of a hassle. But how are you doing? Like, what's going on in your life? You been working on anything? You been practicing anything? Drawing anything? I know you're always working on art. Playing anything? Anything that's been really fun for you? That wolf is literally on my ass. I lost my bubble. Definitely not mean to take that damage like that, but I did. Getting attention! Surprised I lived that at all. If I didn't get hit by the riposte, and if I didn't mess up the riposte, I would have done a lot more damage to him there, and maybe I could have played that smarter. But I staggered him when I wanted to. And that's a good thing. We staggered him before he did the fucking donut roll attack. The ridiculous attack that he does. Which, honestly, I don't even know how to counter that besides staggering him right before it. Drop the chicken and run. But I swear to God, I feel like there's some sort of snail in there somewhere, like summoning the spirit, and I don't know where it is. I've tried attacking a little bit randomly, just to see, but clearly it's not enough yet. He's on my ass. Really? 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 Stop animating me, dude. I'm being animated so hard right now. It's like you're not the only one that plays Dark Souls. Not heal up real quick, but do that real quick. Woo! Not how I wanted that to play out. I'm fucked. Watch you so fucked. I live that? You're fucking kidding me. You're kidding me. Close. Getting close. Getting so close. God damn it. I was so close. Oh! I knew as soon as I made that jump, I jumped too far. I was like, come on, turn. Turn in midair, turn. Oh god. Classic me mistake. Gravity has bested me once again. Why did I do that? I don't know. Whatever. I like a little flare. A little flare is always fun. And run, Hitsu, run! Oh, cringe. Cringe. Gonna join the fencing class? Yeah, I feel like I need to as well. Because what the hell is this bullshit? Oh fuck, he's gonna turn. Well, he was turning. I was right. Where are you? There you fucking are. The entire time you were just standing there, weren't you? That's where you were standing. Oh god, I was right here the whole time. Oh, I got it, 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 I got it. That's really, I like this place. This is really cool. Like, look how pretty this is. If it wasn't an Elden Ring game, this would be like an impactful cutscene area. Low key. Yeah, but I'm joining their fencing class. That's for sure. Oh, hey jellyfish. The jellyfish are amazing. They're perfect. I only get 3 for that? How about dexterity? I also get 3 for that. But what about strength? I get 3 for that for the other one. Go for dexterity this time. There's a wee bit of a storm going on. I can't seem to see shit. Like, actually, I can't see shit. I put some emotes I drew for Sin and, well, hopefully other streamers. And before Hitsu jumps off a cliff. Me jumping off a cliff. Do you know who I am? I would never. The mere suggestion that I would jump off a cliff is ludicrous. Unless it's a cliff that a cliff I wanted to jump off of. Silly. Wake up! Oh! Right into your ankles, fool! Keep on coming. Right over here. Oh! Keep on coming. Keep it coming. I'm leading you. I didn't think he was close enough. I was like, ah, fuck, he's not close enough. I'll be fine. And then he did the second swing, and I was like, oh. He taught me a lesson real fast. I don't know what I'm doing here right now, to be honest, in this area. We found a couple, like, spots to do shit in, I guess. But, like, I technically don't know what I'm doing still. Please tell me that thing's already broken, though. It broke once, right? So it should count, right? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Give me it. Give me the shit. What is it? Oh, smithing stone. Oh, which reminds me, actually. I want to... What is that? Shack of the Lofty. Stargazer's Ruins. Interesting. I want to go back here, though, real quick. And potentially level up weapons? Maybe? Bon, dun, 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 dun. Oh, my head is hurting. There's no shot I'm actually getting sick, am I?
No matter, it's all lay out your arms then.
No shot I'm actually getting sick. That'd be pretty cringe.
Greeting. Are you here for spirit?
I never knew where the waifu, or the hugging waifu went. We hugged her and then we never saw her again. I am forever maidenless. Except not really, IRL. Because I got my boo. But in game, forever maidenless. What does that actually do? I can buy smithing stone up to 6. Somber smithing stone up to 4. Is that all? These things or these things. I'll defy you next. Come to the outer moat, he says. I still don't know where the outer moat is, where he's supposed to supposedly defile me. But whatever. Oh, you mean the game? I thought I had to save someone? Nani? What? I missed the context. I'm sorry. I'm not as good of a streamer as I used to be. Context I always fucking miss now. Doth there be a way up? So, let's go this way right now. Explore this side a little bit. Is that a... Like, those are living creatures. That's not a giant. That's a person that's alive. Oh, it's an actual monkey. Oh, shit! I'm not sure what they're called specifically, but... Some sort of primates. I almost said prime apes. Primates wandering the bouts. Okay. I do see a shack here. What's in the shack? Anything of importance? Shack of the Lofty. Seems like there was something there, but I already grabbed the item. Interesting. According to my calculations, that is most definitely what we call death. I don't know how to get there. Crazy tactic, activate! Crazy tactic failed. Cool Bones, hey, how was Hollow Knight? You're playing Hollow Knight before you switched. How was that though? Did you have fun? The fastest way. I'll go this way. Really very precious. Alright, I don't know what these floaty spirit trees mean either. I know there's spirits walking around like a spirit doe that I just ran right through. But I don't know what the tales actually imply. Or what the lore implies, rather, of this area. I just know it's cool. And I like cool. Cool is cool. We love cool. Alright, yeah, that did not work out the way I thought it would. Kinda on me. Kinda on me. Although, naturally you would assume I would go up to the higher ground, right? But I am unnatural. So I don't instantly go to the higher ground. Doesn't make any sense. Because I found a dude.
Well,
How long indeed, my friend? How long indeed? You got Rune Archery, you got some Thawfrost Boluses, you got some Stone Sword keys, which I have plenty of right now. Missionary Cookbook. We'll pop some souls. Pop 4 of these? Let's do that. But, Cool Bones, how was Hollow Knight? You hacking dork, tell me. I wanna know. I fucking love that game. A lot of many ways. That's a bonfire we were just at. Right. Oh, that's different. How to get up there? Huh. I see. I think it's somewhere up here, right? That's what that looks like. Oh. It is really cool how much exploration is in this game. But I am so stupid that I'm just always lost. Basically. Like, I'm just so small brain. Stargazer's Ruin. Right. I remember this spot. And this is where they had the jellyfish that was talking. Right. Question. Why can jellyfish talk in this game? Better question. Why can't they talk in this game? Next question. How do I help the jellyfish? The jellyfish is going through some trauma. I have Hollow Knight. I love it too. I did not finish it yet. It's a really fun game. I really enjoy Hollow Knight a lot. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down, buddy.
On the teleporting, we go to see the stars.
Held shut by seal.
I've been waiting ever so long. Forever and ever it seems.
I want to help the jellyfish. I really don't know how though. But no, Hollow Knight was actually one of the games that is the reason why I met my boo thing. She came in for Hollow Knight. That was the first stream she ever saw. So it was really cool, honestly, that we got to know each other that way. I love her. She's a dork, but I love her. She's precious. There is a little something there. Okay, okay. We'll go down this path. Possible. How exactly do I get there? Oh, you know, she's wonderful. I love Sophia. She'll stop by the stream sometime before she goes to work, which she might be doing here soon, actually, because it's around that time. She does. You get to see her. Thank you. Sit down. The Getsuga 10 show never fails. Such interesting patterns on the wings. Star o' stars. If only I had a star. Offer stars. Here lies Aurelia and Aureliette, who never saw the stars. What the fuck? How do I want to offer them stars. Do I have anything I can offer? Give them stars? It's so sad. Sisters who never got to see the stars together. That's so sad. I want to bring the stars to them. How do I do it? Anyone who's played this game, let me know fast. I need to know. I want to bring the stars to these dorks. I need to know. Soph is a good egg? Yeah, Soph is a great egg. She's the one that you could never get tired of. Kind of egg. Absolutely. Oh, jeez. Fantastic. Fuck, I want to bring the... How do I examine the graves, but something about offering stars. How the hell do I offer stars? Something I haven't done yet. I want to offer you the stars so badly. I don't know how. I want to. I'm so sorry. I actually feel genuine, like, sorry. I feel big sorry. The big sorry. I want to help so fucking badly. Sorry, kiddo. Jellyfish, kiddo. So the jellyfish was once a human, and they died. The sisters died, but now they're jellyfish. So the jellyfish are just... Where are you? Oh my god, he barely lived. Fuck. I spawned somewhere far, didn't I? Yes. I will pop my pot if I need to. My little boss pot. The boss room pot. Like, look at how pretty this game is. Like, isn't that kind of mind-blowing in a way? Games are just that cool now. Games are cool now. Back in my days, games only kind of looked like real life, and we used to say, oh shit, this is so realistic. Nowadays, it's just cool. On guard, charge! I have to spawn very far away again. Damn it. Damn it. I wonder if there's a bonfire up there. There might be. There would be a grace up there. Pretty sure this works. I just have to avoid pathing into enemies, but I'm pretty sure this works. They're fighting, let them do their thing. I'm trying to avoid pathing into them. Whew. That's so cool, the way that, like, the swords follow you, in a way. That's such a neat little animation thingy. Where are you, fella? That's it? Does it drop anything for me? First off, bow. Wait, what is this spot? This is a new spot. What? Oh my god, you're fucking kidding me. Another one? Oh my dickens. Hold up. I don't got time for our boss. I saw an item. That's all I saw. I swear to God. Starlight shards. Oh, do I drop it? Starlight shards, maybe. Come on, horsey. I believe in you. Don't die on me. Gambatte. Yes, powerful creature. I can see that. There's a statue thing here. Okay. There's a lot of these things here. Okay. Not as cool. That was just a test. Just a test. We spawn right next to the boss, I think, if we use this stake. I keep calling it statue, but it's a stake. Whatever that means. Stake. Stake. I could use a stake. That sounds fire. You guys hear a bell? I hear a bell. In one of what, 3 directions, 4 directions it could have gone, and it hit me. Dickhead. He got me. He got me. I don't know what he was doing. I knew he was gonna do an AoE explosion, so I was kind of backing off and stuff. But not ready for that, I don't think. That was awkward. State of Martika? I keep not reading that correctly. You can do it? Oh, thank you. I have faith that I can do it then. He does damage. I need to avoid getting hit by the the death fire, whatever that is, because that will break my bubble. I need to use my bubble. Still can't. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're a big dork. I still can. I still can. Surely. Marika. Steak of Marika. I was doing Martika, but there's no T in there. It's Marika. Steak of Marika. Stepped on me. It stepped on me. I thought it was gonna do something else. I was like, oh, it's just moving. And then it stepped on me. Oh my god. How cringe. He went up top. I don't think I panicked roller. I think that was just weird game mechanics there. It was some weird wonky bird flew around because wall. Oh no. get hit by that fire. Would have been fine. See, getting hit by fire. Fire's bad for you guys. This is a PSA to everyone in chat. Don't touch fire. Fire bad. No matter what people say, fire bad. I got you, Sonny. Don't worry. I just touched the fire. The fire I was warning everyone to not do, I just did. Oh. He does the AoE thing, then he has like 5 little angles. The fire flies off, and I don't know how to actually guess where it goes. Because how rude. Great start. Touched a lot of fire today. Oh, that was a very awkward start. We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. I just need to dodge the second phase, like startup. And then it's just stay alive, I guess. I don't have to use the mana pot right away, actually, thinking about it. I probably don't need to. I can save that and maximize it. Just a touch. I can maximize it. Okay. That's not good. What was that? I did something like damage to him and he got pissed off. He's like, you did too much damage to me. Die. You can't do that. That's illegal. It's supposed to be my turn. I'm the cool anime protagonist. Bro. The fire hitbox is so bullshit. Like he hits something and then like it spreads a lot farther than you would think. So don't use the thing right away. I think I have a plan. We don't use the one thing right away. The bubble right away. We don't use the bubble. Instead, we do the typical startup that we normally do. And then after the second phase, we'll bubble up. That way I can avoid fire shenanigans. Just for a touch. I didn't stagger him at all there. I was expecting to get staggered at some point, but it didn't happen. I was kind of going hard for it. Maybe I had to hit his head. Maybe I didn't hit his head properly. A possibility, right? Or it's because I used the potion. Now. And I'll pop this. Did his fire go back towards him instead of... Wasn't it? That was kind of strange. Whoopsie. Oh, I fumbled there a little bit. Too many things going on, and I fumbled. A little bit of a fumble. I could have definitely done a lot more damage there, I think, but I messed up. Especially at the start, I messed up the first one. We're locked in this time. I did it. Reaper is very mean. Oh, yes, it is. Wow. I had no stamina. It's a really awkward spot to fight, though, to be honest. Interesting. I am noticing a way to get him down pretty quickly at the start. I just need to consistently do it more. To play the range right. I have to play at least the early part. I have to play the range just right to get him into the right zone I want to get him into. If I play the range perfectly, then he'll do what I want. Heal up, heal up, drink up. Do that again. Let me run right at him. It staggered him. It staggered him. Yeah, it worked. It fucking worked. It worked. It worked. I can dish out damage there. Oh man, that worked. Okay. That made my heart really excited for a second there, actually. I got really excited there for a second. Camera went crazy there. Couldn't see what was going on. I feel it. One. Fucking fire, man. I missed the one thing and I can't stagger him. I'm so close. I almost got the rhythm down. I almost got the rhythm down. So close. I just need a good run where my brain just everything clicks. I need a good run where everything just clicks. Could I have maximized the damage a bit more there? Technically, I think I could have. He aims it at me. So it's not a directional thing. He just aims it at me, I think. So I just gotta go to the side or dodge to the side because he straight up aims it at me. Fucking yelled at me too. He's like, "How dare you? How dare you figure out how I play this early start? How dare you?" Something else. He has two attacks that are similar though, and I need to figure that one out a little bit more. Because one of them he stops on his first swing, the other one he does like a full swing, and like it's a full combo. I mean, come on, you giant bird, just work with me here. Deaf right bird. When he does that. What is that attack? Is that the one where he like glitched out and he went up top? So he has a couple of rare attacks, I guess. Definitely kicking my ass though. He's definitely kicking my ass. This boss is mean. I took damage at a point. I don't remember where exactly I took damage, but I did take damage at a point. Maybe I should have healed before I riposted him, actually. Maybe that would have worked. But I went for the damage instead, though, didn't I? I did go for the damage instead, though. That was a waste. No, it's not aiming at me. It's just I keep running into the specific spot. It's gonna do damage. Okay, I thought it was aiming at me, but the fucking long lines that he shoots out, it's not actually aiming for me. It's just random. It's not random. I think it's based on how his position, his body's facing. But fuck. Yeah, he's a mean bird. staggered, and it was working well, but then he started shooting the long range stuff, and apparently the way that one worked, it's not all at once. It goes super slow, and it doesn't. It's not super slow. It's more like he shoots a lot, but they take turns in going fast, I guess. It's the name Minx. It's Hitsu. Hello. Hi. How are you? Name change? Ah, okay. I feel it. Okay, let's do this. I only got 2, but that's fine. Okay. That worked. Let's go. Oh, did I run out of stamina? Did I get hit? Did the hit push me out of whack? Elden Ring, as you can see, is being Elden Ring. Oh my god! Ah! That was so close! Oi. Hurt. Oi. Hurt. As soon as I use it, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I'm so fucking dead. Or not. I'll take that. anyone see him reach across the fucking stars and grab my ass out of nowhere? Like, what? It's actually crazy. But have you been, Kitsune Minx? I will say Kitsune from now on. How have you been, Kitsune? How's life been treating you? What's been going on in the past 2 years? I know I haven't really been around for a while because, you know, life be rough. What hope life can treat you well, at least. Fuck. Bad, very bad start. I took 2 pots. Quite rude. Quite rude, to be honest. I can't believe I had him down to like 1 hit. He wasn't 1 HP, but he was 1 hit. And we jumped the gun. We jumped the gun. Did he just bonk me into the fire? Oh god, that fire shit. That fire shit. It hurts. I'll do it from here. Damage, I'll take it. What the fuck, man? I didn't realize he was charging up until I did the attack. Oh. I didn't see his arm charging his. I thought he already did the second phase stuff. I didn't realize he was gonna do the charge attack. Oh my god. Right in the head. Doesn't that seem a little wonky there? The way his fire spreads, I don't get it. I don't get how his fire spreads. This little frostbite fire. It's spreading in a particular way that doesn't entirely make sense to me. Fuck no! I'm not dealing with that shit. That's just bullshit. Fuck you! Yeah, giant bird, you looking thing. Hello, Dawson. We finally killed a giant bird thing. Thank you for being here to witness it. You showed up just on time. Don't worry, that was the first try. That was guaranteed the first try. I tried that. Yep, that's me. First tries only. I got flipped off. Kick his butts, yes sir. Not you. I was flicking off the. I was flipping off the big bird. I was giving the bird the bird. I was just being culturally kind to a fellow bird. Oh god, fuck that. How are you doing, Dawson? A first try that took 3 hours? Yeah, it was a very hard first try. I had to really sit there and analyze everything the bird was doing. Took me a little bit, but I think we got it. I think we got it. Oh god, creatures, fucking creatures. That's a pathway. I kind of want to go down. Is there a way down? I see a bonfire, and bonfire means I can heal. Thank you for shouting out Dawson, by the way. What have you been up to, Dawson? Overwatch 2. You've been up to Overwatch 2. How's that been? I played a couple of games and I got deranked. I deranked from Diamond 5 to back to Plat 1, which I'm not too concerned about. I thought it was funny. What the hell is that thing in there? Played Overwatch and you deranked. The classic. 3 and 4. This one gives me 2 and 1. I'll give me 4 total. I'm gonna keep going for it. I'm a walking meme at this point. Don't worry. I too am also a walking meme. You're not the only one, my fellow king. You know the crying chopper meme? That's me all day. Oh, I actually really like that meme. That meme's pretty funny. I like that one. I got murked, dude. Try and grab this. big guy. Coming down to me. Hit it. Calm down. I got a new candle called Aquarius from Target. Nice. I have no idea what that's like, what it smelled like, but it sounds dope, to be honest. It's called the F91 Gundam. Did you posted it in the, was that the one you posted in the Discord? I don't remember which one you posted, to be honest. I just saw the box and I was hyping. I forgot what it was though. Oh, speaking of Discord, are you in the Discord, Dawson? Do you ever want to hang out in the Discord? You're more than welcome to. If you have a pet, you're obligated to post pet photos. You have a cat, dog, fucking lizard, you got a monkey, whatever it is. You hop in there and you post it. If you don't have anything, then that's a big shame. Your life sucks. I say that as someone who also does not have a pet. Yeah, just feel free to join and hang out with us sometime. We have anime night tomorrow, actually. We're gonna watch the latest episodes of Chainsaw Man, Bleach, and Blue Lock. That'll be fun. My life sucks with pets. Oh well. I can't help you there. I can't help you there, my friend. I need to catch up on Bleach. If you don't have a pet, get one. Yeah, if you don't have a pet, just get one. That's kind of on me. But the Golden Rune. You know, we've been in this area like all day so far, and even though we fought bosses, I still don't know why I'm here. I'm trying to remember where I was in the game and why I'm doing what I'm doing. Something about sacrificing a girl or sacrificing myself is what the only gist I got so far from this game. Like, you can set yourself on fire. That way the girl doesn't have to set herself on fire. But that's totally up to you though. I'm like, oh, that's a interesting way of wording that. It's either I go boom or some innocent maiden goes boom. Quite the interesting development. When you say you need to catch up on Bleach, do you mean like catch up, like newest episode? All like you haven't watched in forever? Or do you mean like you're pretty close, you just haven't watched it yet? The good thing is, that's that. That's that. You know, this means something. This right here is one of them gosh darn castles. A tough fella. He's a tough fella. I joined your Discord, Oba-chan. Fuck. Getting called a grandma on my own stream. Like, no, I need to catch up on Blue. Like, I need to get to the new season. I don't know. Don't worry about that. We're also watching Chainsaw Man and Blue Lock. Blue Lock is a fucking hype-ass soccer anime, actually. And Chainsaw Man is, well, Chainsaw Man. Oh, I just remembered. I'm behind on Mob Psycho and Gundam Witchbreaker. I said I was gonna watch that this weekend, and I most definitely did not. Most definitely did not. Denji's the goat? Alright. Then you're totally coming, right? We're doing it later. And also, hey boo! Hi Sophia. Chiro? Cairo today. Chiro. I was thinking Nihongo. Cairo today. I hope the chiropractor goes well, dear. Let me know how it goes, nah? Weeb? I'm not a weeb. I think it's perfectly logical that anyone in my standing would be assuming Cairo. Nice, we staggered him. Nice. We're better. Now there's two of them? Now there's two of them. Oh yeah, Lily Bear. That's the person I was talking about. That's my boo. That's the wonderful, 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 wonderful Sleepy Sophia. Ah, I'm dying. Wait. Getting attention! I missed because there's a giant stick there. I missed the part where that's my problem. You have such a wholesome chat, dude. I mean, they're just dorks. I bully them. I don't know why they're wholesome. Don't ask me why they're wholesome. I don't know what to tell you. Crazy people. Crazy people. All I ever do is call them dorks and mean things. Like, for example, Dawson, you are such a wonderful fucking dickhead. Is it a backhanded compliment? Maybe. Did I mean the dickhead? Not really. But that's how I am all the times. You know, I'm just merely mean to people. And yet, everyone's wholesome. So I don't get it. I don't get it. That's for an example. I'm not calling you a dickhead. You're also a wonderful grandma. Okay, I take it back. You're a dickhead. A wonderful one, though. The best. The best kinds. I hope you continue to rank up the Dawson. I hope your grind goes well. I don't want to fight a flying chicken right now. Oh my god. Not right now. These chickens are so annoying. It's not dead yet. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, what's Aquarius? What's an Aquarius candle? Sounds really... Does it smell like the ocean? I was talking about that earlier. Candle scented like a star sign. Like, what the hell does the star sign smell like? That, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's such an interesting concept to me. I bet what, Taurus would be the stinky one? Aha, you smell like a Taurus. By the way, I'm a Taurus. My gift said it smells like me and threw it in the cart. It smells like you? That's a interesting way of saying that. It smells like you. Forget it. So there's these invisible knights that are being kind of toxic. I'm not a fan of no invisible knights. God, I'm getting... Dude, where the hell did he spawn from? Let's see a bonfire. Yeah, I guess you smell like an Aquarius. That dude headshot me! That was a sniped headshot! The actual audacity. Alright, let me sit at this dang bonfire before I die. Well, I got it. I got the bonfire, so I can jump to it now. Did I add a def? I'm not sure if I did. I don't think I did. Sophia, are you running? Are you at work right now? I think you are, right? Oh, wait, it actually counted. Pickle. Pickle. Probably a shortcut or something. I don't know what I am. I forgot. I am an Aquarius. Maybe. Eclipse Shotel. Oh, great sun, frigid son of soul, surrender yourself to the eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones. And look at my mushrooms growing out of the ground. Same shit. You wanna go? You wanna go? We'll go. You killed me earlier. I'm killing you now. Played out. Let's pretend it never happened, guys. Wait, I'm dumb as fuck. I'm an ant Gemini. An ant Gemini? What's an ant Gemini? What does that mean? Or is your ant? Is it Gemini? Is that what you mean? Don't snipe me! No! Don't do it! Alright, you dickheads are mine! I don't put too much stock into zodiac signs that create unrealistic expectations. Most are always wrong. I mean, they're just saying generic things half the time. People like it a lot though, because when it does apply, it's kind of like a cool, like a holy shit, the horoscope was right, which is kind of cool. Like, proper respect where it's due. That is pretty cool. Ah, fuck, rat dungeon. Ah, fuck, I'm dead. The only thing I know about the star signs is that there's a lot of cool Greek mythology that goes behind them. You know? You went to New York City? Yeah, it was a quick little visit down to the Bronx, the suburbs. The fun. What the hell? I'm not losing my damn soul to some stupid shit. No. Goodbye. Haha! I juked your arrow. Lead the target. Oh, hit me. You're so right, bestie. You're so right. Yeah, that's literally the vibe. Like half the time, it's always like, oh my god, something cool will happen today. And you're like, oh really? That's kind of cool, I guess. What? I'm gonna take care of the rat problem in New York City. With my Getsuga Tensho! Works every time. I'm also a dragon. Dude, nice. Like, you're the dragon? I think I'm a dog. I'm a dog and a Taurus. That's me. I'm a cow and a dog. What a great mix. I think, funnily enough, cow, the Taurus, and the dog in Chinese zodiac have a lot of similar like traits or qualities. They say that overlap. Do I really believe it? No, but they do say it, which is kind of cool. Horn dog sounds about right. Oh my god. Sophia is the skater, okay? I'm not the skater. Sophia is the one that goes skating. My Chinese zodiac is a bunny. Oh, a bunny. Bunnies are very loved, I think. They're always very loved in Asian culture. Yeah, pull out those. Oh, what the fuck? You're an anime character. He said it's nothing personnel, kid. Oh god, what was that combo? Getsuga Tensho! Yeah, back off. Damn. You're anime. But not as much as me. Check out my anime list, guys. I should make a link for that. Do I have a link for that? Do I have a command for that? My anime list? They shared Zodiacs. I just thought Japan didn't care about. No, Japan is also pretty big on Zodiacs, as far as I know. They're pretty big on it. Honestly, all of Asia is pretty big on it. Gonna be honest. It's a pretty big deal for a lot of them. Cool beans. Cool beans. I'm alive. You going to Japan this winter? Or this November? It is November. You going to Japan this November? You thought I would fall for the slug coming out from the sky? Who do you think I am? It hit me. I'll go up in a second. I just see an item up here that I want though. That's an oddly suspicious place for an item to be though, isn't it? Japan is a very beautiful place during the winter. I'm gonna be completely real. Especially if you go to like shrines and stuff. Can there be a lot of snow? There can be. Can it be really cold because it's snowing? Yeah. But it's actually an extremely beautiful place during the winter. Well, I mean that's true of any major city though. Where like they drive around or there's a lot of traffic pedestrian. Yeah, Kyoto, fucking amazing. Shame. Yeah, you don't like the cold, do you, Tally? Kyoto is actually one of my dream places to live growing up. I wanted a place kind of like Kyoto. It doesn't have to be Kyoto itself. What the hell is this? Can I crawl in this hole? Woo, I'm a rat now, guys. I wanted to actually live in Kyoto. Like if it was either Kyoto or somewhere near Hokkaido, like somewhere in there, or like southern Japan where all the cool like summer shenanigans are. I think Nara might have been a good spot, but probably a bit lower than that. But like Kyoto, aesthetically, Kyoto has always just been like, this is the place. This is the place. If there's a place, this is the place. It's a good mix of city, good mix of traditional, and it looks phenomenal. Yeah, Kyoto has the vibes. It has during the festivals, they got really cool shit going on all the time. Kyoto's mom has got it going on. Steve's mom. Fuck off. Yeah, Kyoto has the food as well. I mean, a lot of the places have the food as well. Dude, this guy just teleported on me. He said, "Omae wa mo shinderu, dude." Like, what are you doing, bro? Stop being so silly. Something I've always wanted to try was takoyaki. I can eat squid, I can eat octopus. A psycho child in my damn soul. You dickhead. cats. There's a way to get up here. And that way to get up here is also, okay, it's that over there. So somehow, some way, I can go over there. Anyway. Udon sounds good. I haven't had udon in a minute. Some proper udon. Oh, actually, I want soba. I want some soba noodles. That sounds fire. Okay, so I just take a quick left. I'm trying to examine the area a little bit, just to see where exactly I'm supposed to go to get to this painting. 'Cause I don't know what the paintings do, but I always think about the Dark Souls 3 DLC where you enter the painting and like it's like an alternate universe. Oh my god. See ya, chump. That's so good. I fucking love that. Thank you so much for the see ya, chump. Enjoy your lurk tally. Okay, so that's the way over. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, have a good lurk, Tal. You know we love you. Get fucked, slug. Just wanted to see Spider-Man? Oh my god. I mean, who wouldn't? I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. It's fucking Spider-Man. See you, chump. I missed the part where that's my problem, right? Oh my fuck!
See you, chump.
I gotta head to bed before I stay up all night. 07 was good. You take care, Dawson. Thank you for hanging out. I love it, and I'm glad you like the Spooderman. Yeah, buddy, you're dead. Somehow you didn't get hit by that at all. Punk, come here. Where'd he go? Where'd this anime motherfucker go? I know he was here. I know. That's it. Yeah, Spider-Man is my guy. Let's go. I love it. I love it. You take care, though. You enjoy your night. Dawson, thank you for hanging out. Can you get a shout out for him again? I appreciate that. Enjoy your Aquarius candles, my friend. Them Aquarius Liddy candles. Alright. We are inside this. I'm gonna grab this painting. The Sorcerer painting. Cool. One per JJ? What's JJ? Is that not working? Or is it dorky stream? Is that what it is? Superhero movies are great. I don't know what you mean. I think they're phenomenal. Who's in a spider suit? I want to hear the gist of that. That sounds very troll. Ah, fuck it. Sometimes the best way forward is to just Susume all the way down. And I realize this is the boss room. So, you know what? No Susume! No Susume! No Susume! Bye, punk! Oh, fuck! He's here with me! Well, damn. Let me try something. Dorky stream. I'll see if it's Dorky stream or Dorky streams. Wait, was there something? Did you guys see something earlier? Anything pop up? Does Dawson not have any clips? I'm gonna go get some sleeps. Good night, my friends. Oh fuck, it's midnight. I'm probably gonna head to bed here too, actually. Here's what we can do. I'll try a couple attempts on whatever boss this is. And it doesn't work. I'll just switch it out. We'll do something else. Or by something else, I mean I'll be sleeping. We probably deleted them. Oh, okay. It's a long walk to the boss room.
Hey, Sonny.
Probably.
Yeah.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Europe.
God.
You're food.
That's not very nice, Sonny. That's rude. That's very rude.
No,
I
you.
put myself upset. It's very, very rude. I'm upset now.
No, you.
Sorry, lads. I've closed about 250 billion tabs.
Not fucking Engie.
Oh, this is a boss fight. I guess a boss fight. Alright, I think we'll try the boss fight another day. Yeah. I don't have the mental capacity to boss fight it up right now. It's midnight. I gotta wake up for gym. I'm still sore. And then take it from there. I guess we raid someone then? Quit the game. Quit the game. A boo. It's my face. Hello. I need a haircut. My hair is so long right now. Ooh. DMCA it anyways. We could raid Bidoof so we can tease it about being king. Yeah. How dare. They're playing God of War, the first one? I'll raid them if they're playing the first one. Is it the first one? Damn, am I too late? Hey, Lynx. Yeah, it's midnight. It's midnight for me, Lynx. Did you just wake up? Oh, you're playing Elden Ring as well. The fuck? I don't know you were an Elden Ring gamer like that. Nani? I can feel how sore I am. Fuck. Now I'm at the gym? No. Is this when you're normally at the gym? At this time? Do you go to the gym on Fridays? Because I probably stream late on Fridays. But God, why are gym memberships so expensive? That's what it is. Morning gyms are empty? No, I felt that. Dang, no cute patoot clips. Did everyone see his post in fitness and health? I saw his booty. It was so cool. Lynx had such a cool post. Morning gyms are empty. No, I get it. Morning gyms, less people, much better. Saw his booty, Nani? Yeah, and his Twitter. It's complicated. Don't worry about it. Basically, he's just been taking care of himself, and we love a good king. I think Sophia saw. You can get a free app and do exercise at home. You can do that, but I like the equipment I got at the gym a lot, actually. And I could do alternatives at home, but for me, leaving the house to go to the gym makes me want to work out. If I'm at home, I have this tendency to not work out. Like I was like, oh, I'll work out in a bit, and then I just get stuck on something for a few hours, and then time flies, and I'm like, ah, shit. I have to like leave the house. I used to be able to just work out at home, but not anymore, I guess. But yeah, we'll read Bidoof. Bidoof is great. He's playing God of War. Let me open his. This is the first God of War, right? I think so. Looks kind of familiar. Also, yeah, like that. Because I'm paying for it, and it's kind of annoying that I'm paying for it, I feel the need to, like, make the most of it. I have to, like, push myself to go, like, oh, man, I don't want to go. But you paid for it. You better motherfucking go. You know? So that's the vibe, honestly. But yeah, it's been fun working out. It's just, it's a pain in the ass. Especially right now when I'm financially like dead. Everything I spend, I have to make sure it's like actually worthwhile, and I make the full use of it. So I am gonna milk the gym as much as I can. I have been milking the gym. But anywho, I'll see you guys later. Anime night tomorrow. We're starting at I think 4 hours ago, where we're watching Chainsaw Man, Blue Lock, and whatchamacallit. But I'll see you guys later. I need to go get some rest. I also technically need to eat something. I'm a bit short on my macros. But I'm gonna get some sleep. I love you guys. Take care. Yes, if you do, please let me know, Tally. I'll take care. Bye, everyone. I love you guys. Oyasumi.